So today we're going to be covering the heart and how it works. As we go through here, we'll cover a little bit of yesterday's chapter as well, something that we didn't cover, not because I forgot about it, but just because I knew I could do it a little more effectively today. It's just not a whole lot of talking about it that we need to do. You might have noticed in your chapter and in your homework for chapter 5, they did discuss the lymphatic system. Okay, we're going to talk about that a little bit today as we go. All right, so today we're going to be covering the cardiovascular system. Cardio meaning heart, and cardi also means heart. When we do the chapter 1 next module, I'll explain why we have two of those, cardio and cardi, both meaning heart. There's a reason for that, and I'll explain that when we get to how medical terms work. We'll also be talking about the blood vessels today, and that's the vascular part. Cardiovascular, the heart and the blood vessels. And some other word parts that will be important for us today are phlebo and vein, which both mean, or phlebo and veno, which both mean vein, like in the term phlebotomy, which y'all will have your phlebotomy classes, where you'll learn to cut into a vein. Phlebotomy. Tomy is a cut. We use a needle to do that, so we're literally poking. So it's not a literal term, but it means to cut into a vein. And venipuncture means the same thing. You're going to puncture a vein and withdraw blood from there. So phlebotomy and venipuncture are the same thing. Both words, phlebo and veno, both meaning vein. We'll also be talking about the arteries today and the difference between a vein and an artery. Okay. So that is words of importance. I finally figured out today as well how to email something to y'all and give you the opportunity to view it, print it, or download it, but not to edit it. So I figured that out today, so I can send stuff out and not have to worry about y'all getting in and changing my stuff. But anyway, those are the blood vessels, or the word parts that are important for us today. And we'll start with the blood vessels. Now, yesterday we talked about those oxygen trucks carrying oxygen out to your cells. We talked about the nutrients that are transported through our blood. So if you equate it to something like a highway with trucks carrying oxygen and cars being the nutrients, all flowing to different exits that take them over to the store, the business, the house, or the cell that needs what they're carrying. If this cell needs oxygen, then this truck will take that exit, drop off the oxygen, get back onto the road going the other direction, and go back and pick up more oxygen. If that cell needs nutrients, then this car will take that exit, pull in there, and get used up. Yeah. So that's what our blood vessels do for us. They deliver things to the cells. If a cell needs it, take that exit, boom, from the large highway to the road, all being arteries headed out to drop off stuff at that cell. When the truck needs to return to the lungs, it comes through the road that carries it back. Remember what we said, about half of your trucks will be carrying oxygen to the cells. The other half will be headed back to the lungs. So the blood vessels are our highways and roads that carry blood out. You have it like 410, and you get off 410 to a smaller road that heads off to a business. The large arteries and then the smaller arteries taking the exits, going off to all of our cells. Okay, so that's what our blood vessels do for us. Through the blood, they carry these nutrients, oxygen, and other things to our cells as they need it. So Now, there are 2 or 3 categories, or 3 types, if you will, of blood vessels. And they come in the category of arteries, veins, and capillaries. Now, I want to write something in here, and then I'll kind of draw a diagram of how these works, or how these work. Arteries have this name. Many people will try to convince you that these blood vessels are named either an artery or a vein because of what they're carrying in them. Okay? Typically, people want to say that arteries are carrying oxygen. So those are the trucks that are filled with oxygen. And veins are carrying carbon dioxide. Those are the empty trucks headed back to the lungs. That's not true in all cases. There are some arteries in your body that carry carbon dioxide, or empty trucks. And there are some arteries in your body that, and some veins in your body that carry oxygen. So the idea of arteries carrying oxygen and veins carry carbon dioxide is true in most cases, but not all. There is one explanation for these that is true in all cases. There is no exception to this. Arteries are named this because they flow away from the heart. So any blood vessel in which the blood is flowing away from the heart is called an artery. And the opposite for veins. Any blood vessel that's carrying blood towards the heart is called a vein. And that's the one rule, or that's the rule that is constant. It doesn't change. All arteries flow away from the heart, and all veins flow towards the heart. And if you look back at the PowerPoint, you see that that is a test question. All arteries carry blood away from the heart. All veins carry blood towards the heart. Sample test questions. What would you call a blood vessel that carries blood towards the heart? A vein. So that's the rule that's true about all of them. Now, arteries, because they're flowing away from the heart, that means that the heart is squeezing and pushing that blood. Think of it like how many of y'all have used a turkey baster before? You know, you squeeze the bulb and put it in the liquid, you fill it up, and then you squeeze it and push that stuff out of there. When you're pushing out, it's going to have high pressure shooting out of there, kind of like a water gun. When you pull the trigger on a water gun, it shoots that stuff out of there under pressure. So veins, since they're flowing away from the heart, will be, arteries, since they're flowing away from the heart, are going to be, the blood in there is going to be under high pressure. So if you were to cut an artery, it would be like what you see on TV in the horror movies, where the blood just squirts out with every heartbeat. It squirts out of the water gun every time you pull the trigger. So every time your heart beats, the blood is actually squirting out of there. So they are under high pressure, so the blood will squirt out of them every time the heart beats. And this is something, obviously, that you're going to have to put a stop to. If your heart is pumping your blood outside of your body, how long is it going to take before those 6 liters are used up? Before you pump all 6 liters of that blood out of your body and onto the street. So arterial bleeds have to be stopped right away, even if it requires putting a tourniquet on there. And later on, we'll describe what that is. Okay, and the blood will typically be bright red because that truck is filled with oxygen. When a red cell is full of oxygen, it's going to make the cell turn bright red. And that's one of the ways that we can tell what type of blood is coming out of your body. When you are with a patient on the ward that develops a cut, they fall down and cut themselves, or a paramedic on the side of the road, you're going to pay attention to how that blood is coming out of them. Is it squirting? And what color it is. Is it bright red? If that's the case, then you know you have an emergency on your hands. You need to stop that. So under high pressure, bright red and pulsing, which means every time the heart beat, it shoots out of there. Some of y'all have had a healthcare experience, and you may have gotten into checking somebody's pulse, where you can feel the pressure of the artery every time the heart beats. The pressure goes up, and you can use that to actually count their heartbeats by checking their pulse, either at the wrist, at the neck, or any other pulse site. And when y'all learn vital signs, you'll learn all the different pulse sites and where you can go in the foot, in babies sometimes, or adults as well, on the side of the head, the carotid artery at the neck, and the places where you can count a person's pulse, okay, where you can actually feel the artery throbbing every time the heart beats. So if it's an arterial bleed, the blood will be bright red, pulsing, and squirting out under high pressure. Now in veins, when a vein is, or when a blood cell is carrying more CO2 than oxygen, the blood cell will be dark red. So these are the trucks that are headed back to the lungs. They're empty. They have no oxygen in them, and they're just carrying the byproduct. So they're carrying CO2, carbon dioxide. So the cell will turn dark red as a result of that. Now the blood will not be pulsing because you're on the other side of that turkey baster now. Instead of squeezing out, you're actually back in the liquid, pulling in. So this is the heart sucking blood back to it. Just like a turkey baster, you squeeze, and when you refill, it pulls blood from the other side. So this blood is not being pushed out, it's being pulled in. As a result, it's not going to be under high pressure. It's going to be under low pressure. And the blood will be flowing, but not pulsing. In other words, you'll be getting a steady flow rather than a squirt, squirt, squirt. You'll be getting a steady flow out of there. And that flow can be pretty significant if you've cut a large vein. Yeah, it could be running down and dripping off your fingers, but it's not going to be squirting out when the heart beats. So in the veins, the blood is under low pressure, and it flows rather than pulses, and it'll be dark red in color. And that's how we know the difference between what type of blood vessel you cut and what type of emergency we're dealing with right now. We still need to stop this one, but this one up here, we got to stop that immediately, even if it takes a drastic measure to do it. So that is the difference and the relations between arteries and veins. Okay. And we'll describe the next one, and then we will go back to the whiteboard and use a little diagram. Capillaries, the third type of blood vessel. Now, capillaries is where the oxygen and carbon dioxide are exchanged within tissues of the body. So an artery will flow into a vein, into your liver, for example. In the capillaries inside that liver, the oxygen will be pulled off, dropped off at the cells, and the carbon dioxide will be picked up. And then the blood flows out along the veins. So the arteries flow in. At the capillary level, everything is exchanged, and then the veins flow out the other side. So it's the site where oxygen and carbon dioxide are exchanged. Since they're both present in that area, the blood that comes out of there could be bright red or it could be dark red, either. because oxygen and carbon dioxide are both present inside the capillaries. Think of it like the warehouse where the exchange is happening. Okay. Where the truck is dropping off the oxygen tanks and picking up the carbon dioxide tanks. They'll both be there in the same place. So you could find either one in there. The blood will be oozing out rather than flowing out. So it'll be like you see a blood drop, you wipe that away, and another one appears there in a couple seconds. Wipe that one away, another one appears in a couple seconds. That's oozing out. So there's no pressure inside the, or very low pressure inside your capillaries. It has to be that way because you need to slow down, make the exchange, and then flow out the other side. If there was pressure in the capillaries, it would be like the oxygen truck entering the warehouse at 100 miles an hour. And you're going to hit something. You're going to break something. And oftentimes, capillaries are broken open. You can see this sometimes in the person's skin. And it's one of the things that we look for in somebody who's unconscious or dead, and we don't know what happened to them. One of the things that pathologist is going to look at very closely is their skin. They're not only looking for bruising or tears or cuts or gunshot wounds or anything like that. They're also looking for little red spots that might appear in the person's cheek, indicating that in their death, they struggled. And when you apply a lot of straining, you pop capillary beds because the pressure going in there is too great at that time while you're straining. Some of you may have seen something like this when you delivered your babies. After you got done, especially if you're a lighter skinned person, after you finished the delivery, you might have noticed little red spots on your cheeks where you popped a lot of capillary beds in there from straining. Now, I always have to check I've been stalling. There's a word for those little red spots. I've been stalling because I have to check the spelling for it every time, and there it is. Petachia. Petechia. You see why I got to check that every time. It's pronounced petachia. Okay. But now you see why I got to check it every time. Yeah. And you know what? Let me go ahead and type it in there just because I can stop looking it up. Petechia. Petachia. No, there was an E in there, wasn't there? AIAE. See why I got to check it every time? Petachia. All right. Go ahead and put that over. Not a test question, but I do mention it every time, so might as well get it in there. Save. All right. So anyway, that's what will happen if you pop some capillary beds in the skin. They will leave little red spots, tiny. They're about look like a little pinprick, but they'll be all kind of grouped together. And go, oh look, they have petachia, which means they probably struggled or died under some other type of pressure on them. All right, so those are the three categories of blood vessels: the arteries, the veins, and the capillaries. So let's do a quick a little diagram to kind of see visually how these things work. Okay, so from your heart, the blood gets pumped out along an artery. Now remember, there is cars on here, the nutrients. There are trucks in there carrying oxygen, all headed out to the cells. Okay. When that artery reaches the tissue that needs the oxygen and the nutrients, they'll flow into the capillary bed. The warehouse, the business, the home, whatever, is desiring the oxygen and the nutrients. When they get there, the oxygen will be pulled out of the trucks and it will be replaced with carbon dioxide. O2 out, waste product in. And then the vein flows out the other side, headed back to the heart, to carry all those empty trucks full of CO2 that way. So arteries flow out, veins flow back, and capillaries is where everything is exchanged. If you damage the membrane of a capillary, some of that oxygenated tissue cell will leak out into the tissues in that area, and you'll see those little red dots that appear there, the petechia. So that's an artery, capillary, vein, and how they all work together, sending blood out, dropping stuff off, and then returning to the heart. Now, the other thing that we should understand is that arteries, when we're looking at the, we'll call this the surface of your skin, and we'll call it an arm, a leg, or a penis. The arteries flow in deep down here. They drop off at the capillary beds, and the veins flow out along the surface. Not outside, but just under the skin. And that's why you can see veins on a person's arms and legs, or veins on the penis. But you can't see the arteries, because the arteries are deep down inside there. So if this was actually diagrammed right, it'd be something like this, where the vein is under the skin, but just enough, and you can actually see it on the surface. I'm touching my arms right now. You can actually see it on the surface. The backs of the hands are a good place to see it. Okay. So that's why we can see veins, but arteries are deep down inside. Now, it's good news for us. That makes it difficult to cut an artery, but you get down there deep enough, and yeah, you will cut that bad boy. Now, I was looking at the phlebotomy textbook one day just because it was new. And I was like, oh, okay, so let's see what's in the phlebotomy book, what y'all going to be learning, and I can maybe prep y'all for some of that. Anyway, this phlebotomy book says, and y'all will see it when you take phlebotomy class because they're still using the same book. This phlebotomy book says that if you are, and let's make this a needle, if you are drawing blood from a patient and you hit and you get back bright red blood, retract the needle immediately because you have hit an artery. Let me tell you something. If you're drawing blood from somebody and you hit an artery, you shouldn't have had a damn needle in your hand in the first place. Period. That's how stupid that statement is. Okay. Arteries are right on the surface. So as soon as you get the tip of the needle into the blood vessel, boom, blood flow. So when you're drawing blood, you're using about, I can't even show y'all, you're using about that much of the tip of the needle. And that's not an exaggeration. Just the opening in the tip of the needle. As soon as that disappears, you should be getting blood. So if you're going deep enough to hit an artery on somebody, you never should have had a needle in your hand in the first place. Just surface. Veins are on the surface. Okay. So that's how they get out there and back. Arteries flow deep. They connect to the capillaries, and then veins flow out along the surface. All right. In this illustration, they've taken off the heart so that you can see everything. The heart actually is right here. And is pumping blood out through the largest artery in the body. And that blood through this artery can get up to both arms and your head. Because remember, the heart sits right here in the center. So these three vessels are coming off the top, going up to your head and to both arms. Then the artery turns over and starts heading down through your chest. You see all these arteries, tiny arteries coming off of there. These are the exit ramps, headed over to all the tissues that need oxygen or nutrients. So this large artery, that's 410. And these are all the exit ramps heading to San Pedro and dot all the streets over to the side and all those businesses over there. So that artery flows to continue to flows down with all the arches coming off. Now we get into like 151, a break off from 410, a large road that goes over to a large section of tissue. In this case, your stomach. This one breaking off. This might be 281 going to the liver or all those apartments out there by 1604. There's 1604. So all these large roads, these are the streets, these are the large roads going to each of these organs, making sure that they all get plenty of nutrients and oxygen. Large artery headed over to the intestines. So that is the largest artery in our body. You see its name, it's in red, so there you go. Called your, and pronounce the aorta. Your aorta, the largest artery we have. You poke a hole in this bad boy, and you're not going to last very long. All right, so that's how that's arranged. Largest artery attached to the heart. The artery pumps the blood out, so this blood coming out of here is under high pressure because the heart is squeezing. It's pulsing, so you can feel each one of if you could touch any one of these vessels, you would feel it throb every time the heart beats. And as these head down the arm, for example, all the way down here at your hand, you can feel that vessel throbbing every time the heart beats. Boom, boom, boom. Headed off to all the tissues, including the large tissues like the stomach, the liver, the spleen, the kidneys, and your intestine and colon. Making sure that every tissue gets all the oxygen and nutrients that it needs. As it flows down past those major organs, past your abdomen about the level of your belly button, it switches off into one branch going down each leg, delivering oxygen all the way down there to your toes. So that's the arterial system. The largest artery coming out, flowing over, up to the head and arms, down to the chest and lungs and muscles here. Not going into the lungs, but all the muscles of the chest coming down to all of your organs, and then finally breaking off and going down each leg. Making sure these branches up here, excuse me, I shouldn't have put that there, should have put it up here. These branches here go all the way down to your heart or to your fingertips. This one coming off, going over to the other arm, and then the legs are serviced down there. Making sure that all the tissues in the body get plenty of oxygen, plenty of nutrients. All right, now right next to that, you see a angiogram. It's an x-ray of the person's blood vessels, but you can't see blood vessels, you can't see soft tissue on x-ray. So what they do is they dye the tissue so that they'll show up. Now this is a little further down. These are actually the kidneys right here. So we don't see the upper part. The heart is actually way up here. And the aortic arch is up there, pumping the blood down and then over into the kidneys. Making sure that right here, making sure that the kidneys get plenty of oxygen. And you see the level of the belly button where it breaks off and goes down each leg. You would produce an image like this of somebody to see if there's any blockage in any of these blood vessels. For example, this blood vessel right here, you might see that as it gets out here, it should get progressively darker because the dye doesn't flow as well as blood. So the dye, as you get to some places, will get progressively darker. But at one point, you might see something like this, where that skinny blood vessel is distended out like that, and there's actually nothing flowing on the other side as far as the dye goes. So over here, would be completely black. Oh, look, the dye is stopping right there, and it's distended back here. They've got a blockage right there. We need to get in there and clean that out. So that's why that's one of the reasons we produce images like this, to see if there's any place where a blood vessel is not flowing off to where it should be. There's blockage and distension. All right. So that's an angiogram. Angio is another word for blood vessel, not individual blood vessels like artery or veins. All blood vessels can be referred to as angio. So that's I did the black again. All right, let's go back to this guy. An angiogram. A gram is a picture or record. Angiogram, picture or record of the blood vessels. And you do that by injecting dye into their circulatory system. Has anybody ever had something like that? Where you went in and they had to put dye in your body in order to see the stuff they wanted to see? Like if you had a CT scan or an MRI, they may have to dye the tissues in order to see them. All right, so that is an angiogram of the arterial system or the large arteries of the body. Try this again. This is, well, do it this way. This is such a pain. All right, so the largest artery in the body is called the aorta. It's the one that's actually attached to the heart. And subsequently, the largest vein is also attached to the heart. It's called the vena cava, the largest vein in the body. Let me say it again. Vena cava, the largest vein in the body. Now, the vena cava, and rather than have those arches in it like the artery does, the aorta does, the vena cava actually has two branches, an upper branch and a lower branch. So that blood that's returning to the heart, now this blood is flowing this direction, coming from each arm, coming down from your head. These are all the empty trucks headed back to the heart. They have no oxygen in them now. They're carrying carbon dioxide, and they're flowing into the heart from the upper branch and coming up from the lower branch. You see it again, coming up from each leg, coming back from all those abdominal organs, all coming into one large highway. The two branches, superior and inferior vena cava. All flowing back to the heart from where they just came from. To see their relation in one image, all together, there they are. That's why we first want to look at them separately, because when you see them together, it might be a little overwhelming, okay, to see this at one time. So your heart right there. The arteries carrying the blood out. You see they're going down each arm from these upper branches. They're going up to the head, branches around, comes down to, and they have the renal artery on there as an example, and then down to each leg, dropping off all their nutrients. And when they flow back through the venous system, coming back to the heart from each direction. The veins coming over and back in, back down from the head, and all headed back to the heart. And down at this level, you can see that there's a large artery down here that actually comes down and turns in the palm of your hand and connects with this one right here. The smaller arteries branch off, headed down as far as your fingers. So if you saw somebody's venous system and arterial system outside their body, it would look exactly like the shape of the body. You could literally see somebody's arteries and veins and see that it looks exactly like their shape. You know what? I'm going to try to find something real quick. This might take me a minute, but it's in one of the files. So let's go into here and let's take a look at this one. I was got to download first. Oh, man. Okay. Hurry up. Really? Okay, there we go.
All right. Thighs, knees. Another point that's big pectoral obstruction.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a trouble finding this.
There you see the lung.
Yeah.
Throughout the body, every single from the heart, the blood goes to the head, and you.
This is showing the blood vessels of the head. See how it outlines the face right down to the nose? Because remember, there is no bone here. So the tip of the nose, all the tissue is actually gone, but you can see that the blood vessels outline the nose, the lips, the whole 9 yards. So this is how intricate this system is. It goes to every bit of tissue in our body.
See here, very nicely injected the brain. To both sides of the body we go.
You see the legs, and you can even see, it's kind of blurry, but you can even see each toe. This is all just blood vessels. How do they do that? This guy, the guy in the black hat, he injects the body with a polymer. It's like a kind of a plastic silicone type stuff. And he injects it into the blood vessels. And when it gets into the blood vessels, it hardens. So those things are hard as, you know, this pencil. And that's why they hold their position like that. And then they dip the entire body in acid and enzymes that destroy everything except the polymer. So when they're done, the only thing that's left is the blood vessels. And you see they go to every bit of tissue.
Here, the thoracic shield is nicely injected. The blood goes everywhere, even into the bones here, all arteries down to the lower extremities. What's very clear in these really very beautiful specimens is the large arteries through which the blood is mainly distributed. But the really striking thing is the way our arterial system and our blood system goes everywhere throughout the body. Every single little cell in your body needs to have access to oxygen to keep its life fires burning. And you can see here, these blood vessels virtually outline our entire bodies. You can see here the dense blood vessel beds at the fingertips. You can see here the lips and the nose and the ears. And you can see underneath this bed of vessels in the scalp, the very dense vascular bed of the brain. And
okay. So when we're finished today, I'll attach that video, by the way, for anybody who wants to go through and watch the whole thing. They're going to dissect the heart and the lungs in that video and show, again, the vascular system. So you see how dense this system can be, going out to every fingertip, toes. You saw the outline of the ear, the nose, the lips. It's got to go to all the cells. So it's a very dense network of blood vessels. All right. And that's primarily how they're working. Blood flowing out, down to the fingertips, and then back through the venous system. And when we draw blood from somebody, we're taking it out of their veins. Remember, low flow. And when you draw blood out of somebody into that blood tube, what color should that blood be? What do y'all think? Bright red or dark red?
Dark red.
Dark red, because you're taking it out of their venous system. Okay. Now, have y'all ever heard that the blood inside your body is blue? How many of y'all have heard that before?
Yes. Yeah.
It only turns red when it hits the oxygen, right? Y'all heard that before? Okay. Now, first of all, there is no oxygen in that tube. When you draw blood from somebody, that tube is called a vacuum tube. The air has been vacuumed out of there. It would affect the blood sample if the blood was to hit air. So there is no air in that tube. It's a vacuum tube. And that's why when you put the tube on the needle, it sucks blood into it. It's a vacuum. But what color is the blood in that tube? When you draw blood from somebody, is it blue? No, it's red. The blood in your body is red. Okay. Now, when oxygen is absent tissue, or when tissue is absent oxygen, the tissue starts to build up carbon dioxide in it, and the tissue turns blue. And that's why people might get blueness around the lips when they are asphyxiated, when they don't have any oxygen in their tissues. That's called cyanosis. So the blood is not blue, but the tissues, when carbon dioxide builds up in them, the tissue turns blue. And when we see blood in somebody's leg veins, for example, and the leg veins look blue, you're seeing it through their skin. So you're seeing a dark purple, but you're looking at it through their skin. It makes it appear blue. So it's like looking at it through a piece of tissue paper. So our blood is red, either dark red or bright red, depending on whether it's carrying, how much oxygen or carrying carbon dioxide is carrying. If it's carrying more carbon dioxide than oxygen, then the blood will be dark red. If it's carrying more oxygen than carbon dioxide, the blood will be bright red. Okay, so those are our blood vessels and how they connect. Now, before we go into the heart, I want to talk about a third circulatory system. If we were to put it on this diagram, it's usually represented in green. And it comes off of this artery right here. And about 15% of your blood will flow into this third system that will come off of there, down your arm. Anywhere where there are blood vessels, this system flows as well. Down through the chest, down to all your lower organs, and the system flowing through the entire bone and flowing back through one circulation, flowing back in over here into this vein. So it flows out of this artery. Blood or fluid will circulate through. It's not called blood anymore. This fluid will circulate through this system one time for one circulation. Down, boom, back, and the 15% returns over here. That's called your lymphatic system. And the fluid, once it enters these vessels, is now called lymph. So that's your third circulation. You have your arterial circulation, your venous circulation, and your lymphatic circulation. Now, what is it there for? The lymphatic system is also used as a highway, but primarily used by your white cells. You see, the highways are jammed up with trucks and cars. The lymphatic cells, or the white cells, are your police cars. You ever been on a highway and the ambulance is trying to get through to an accident? And people are trying to pull over and let the ambulance by and all this mess? What if there was another road that the ambulance could take and wouldn't have to go through regular traffic? That's what the lymphatic system is. And it also transports for us fats. Because remember, we don't want fat in our circulatory system. Fat tends to block shit up. So these arteries and blood vessels will sometimes get blocked with fat trying to flow through there. You know, the other day, man, we're on the doggone highway going over to the flea market, and we pulled up to the intersection. It's like, damn, man, the lady standing out there with the little stop sign, because one of them big ass trucks is coming through with that long windmill blade on there. Have you ever seen that? And they got to stop traffic and all this so this big truck can make this damn turn. It takes 20 minutes for it to do that because this blade thing is, you know, 3 times as long as any other truck. That would be fat blocking the system. This big ass truck that's just blocking everything. Stop signs, and you can't go and got to wait for this slow ass truck to get through there. So that's why we don't want fat on our highways. So they have a separate little system they can flow through to get to where they need to go. Flowing on this little separate highway right there. And that's your lymphatic system. Now, all the way along this system, if the white cells or police cars are using this system, then what they're going to want to have is all along this system, they're going to need to have little police stations. It's like the highway patrol station on the side of the freeway or interstate. All these little police stations along here. Those are called lymph nodes. So if a white cell picks up a bacteria or a virus somewhere along this system, it doesn't have very far to take it. Picks it up right here, okay, take it into that police station to be destroyed, or this one right here. The lymph nodes are full of white cells, and we called them yesterday macrophages, big eaters. They live in these lymph nodes. So if a white cell comes down this branch, encounters some bacteria, pick it up, take it to a lymph node, the macrophages in there will destroy it. Like a police station processing a crook. So those are lymph nodes located all along the system. And some of these you can feel on the surface. You ever go to the doctor and the doctor feels your face, goes right up here and starts feeling right in here? Oh yeah. They're feeling for your lymph nodes that you can feel, that you can palpate right here and see if they are swollen. Because as you bring bacteria into this lymph node to be destroyed, it may cause the lymph node to swell up real big. Did I just erase that? Put that back in there. Put that back. All right. It causes your lymph node to swell up real big right there. Now you can feel it from the surface. And it's a swollen lymph node. Oh man, oh yeah, your lymph nodes are swollen right there. Yours in the neck are located right at the angle of your jaw right here. So if you run the finger where the jaw turns and starts to head down towards your mouth, there's your lymph node right there. And that's why the doctor's feeling right there, feeling to see if your lymph nodes are swollen. Why would they be swollen, and why would that, what importance would that be for us to know that they are? Well, if you got a swollen lymph node, that means that you have infection somewhere near that. And all the stuff is being brought there to be destroyed. So if your lymph nodes are swollen right here, then where's your infection? Somewhere near this spot. And it's usually going to be your mouth, nose, eyes, sinuses. Oh yeah, look at there, your lymph nodes are swollen. You've got an infection somewhere up here in your head. Now, ladies, this would not be good news for you, absent, you know, an infection like HIV or something. But if the doctor reaches in here and feels the lymph node in there, they say, oh, your lymph nodes are swollen right here. That's not good news. Why do you think that's not good news, to have lymph nodes swollen in your armpit, ladies?
Cancer.
Where's your infection? Somewhere near. like maybe here. It could also be in your arm, but many times it's going to be right here, indicating breast cancer.
Yeah.
Because there is another type of cell that uses this highway, the lymphatic highway, and those are cancer cells. This is how cancer moves around the body, through this highway. You know how the cops can use the highway to catch you, but bad guys can also use the highway to get away. So that highway is a double-edged sword. Cancer cells from the breast tissue can move into that highway and move to other parts of the body now. And if it's in the breast tissue, the closest lymph nodes we're going to be able to touch are those in your armpit over here. If that's swollen, they're going to want to do a mammogram and see if you have a lump in the breast. If you do, they'll take that lump out. And then they'll take that lymph node out, because remember, it had cancerous cells in it. And they'll go down to the next one, test it, cancer cells in there, take that one out. Go down to the next one, test it, cancer cells, take it out. Go down to the next one, test it, no cancer cells, okay. They figure they got all the cancer. But that's going to cause an issue. When you take all of these lymph nodes out, it's going to cause scar tissue. Scar tissue might look like this, because you had a lymph node removed from right there. Go up to the next one, more scar tissue, because you had a lymph node moved right there. So as lymph flows through here, it's going to get backed up by the scar tissue and cause this part to become grossly distended. All this lymph backed up in here, because it's being constricted by the scar tissue from all those lymph nodes they took out. And that's going to cause your arm to swell up. And that's why you never take a blood pressure on the side where ladies had a mastectomy. So if they've had a right-sided mastectomy, do not take their blood pressure on their right arm. They've got lymph building up in there. And the blood pressure is just going to squeeze it and make it worse. And you don't have to ask them that. You don't have to ask every woman you do a blood pressure on, have you ever had a mastectomy? Because they've been taught to tell you. So if a lady comes down and sits down and you say, okay, I need to take your blood pressure, and they say, well, you need to do it on this side, pay attention to them and do it on that side. Don't get into a conversation with them about it. Yes, ma'am, just move over there and do it on the other side. They know and they'll tell you. The doctor and nurses have talked extensively to them about that. Having blood pressures done on the side where their mastectomy was. Jaime, do you have a question? You got your hand up. Did y'all know y'all could do that? Put the little raised hand thing up there to say, hey, Ms. Mahone, I have a question. Jaime's got his hand.
No, sir. It said somebody's taking attendance or something like that.
No, I haven't taken attendance yet. Somebody is sending out texts. Has he done attendance yet? Somebody just showed up. Probably. Has he done attendance yet? Is he going to do attendance? When is he going to do attendance so I can turn my camera off? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mr. Mom wasn't born yesterday. Anyway, so that is, yes, I do need to do that. So that is our lymphatic system. If you take out lymph nodes like that, it's going to congeal the lymph in that area. So if a lady's had a double mastectomy, where do you take her blood pressure at? Anybody know?
Opposite side.
No, she's had a double mastectomy.
It's your feet.
On the leg?
Her leg?
The neck.
On the legs, yes. We had on the neck. Did you say on the neck? You take it on the legs, okay? We have a special cup for that. It goes around the thigh, and you put your blood pressure or you put your stethoscope in the back of the knee, and you can hear the blood pressure just fine. Now, sometimes you'll find people whose arms are so big that you have to use a thigh cuff in order to take their blood pressure. A bodybuilder or somebody who's just a large person. And you go, oh man, I can't get the regular adult size blood pressure cuff around them. Okay, I need to go and find a thigh cuff, one that goes around the thigh. All right, so that is the lymphatic system used as a highway for white cells to get out to the site of the infection. and then take that infection to the closest lymph node where it'll be destroyed. Fats are transported through this system so that they don't block up our circulatory system. And unfortunately, cancer cells can use the lymphatic system to go to anywhere in the body. And that's how usually when they say a cancer is spread, that's how it does it. Gets into the lymphatic system and travels to wherever and infects everything along the way. So that's our third circulatory system called the lymphatic system. All right. So let's go ahead and do the attendance now. Somebody take attendance. Well, anyway, I want to clean this up because if I save something later on, this will be saved in there too, and I don't want to do that. So let's get this all cleaned up. And I told you I'll get a little OCD about that sometimes. All right, so there we go. Okay, so let's see who's here. Today is Thursday, I think. So I saw Nicole, there she is. And Jordan Carter, where you at? Jordan. Okay, I'm really worried about Jordan now. Anybody know Jordan? Okay, this is her second day in a row being absent. I don't like that. Yordell is here. Michelle is here. Renisha, did I see you somewhere? Where's Renisha?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I got you. Christopher is here. Cheryl is here. Cassie, you here? Cassie Garcia? Anywhere? Yes? No? Okay. What about Jennifer Green? Jennifer.
I'm here.
If I move this stupid thing out the way, I might be able to see. Yeah, look at Jennifer Green right there. All right. So Jennifer is here. Elena, you here? Elena Guzman.
I'm here.
I see you. Okay. And then Davion is here. Isaac is here. Heine is here. Jasmine is here. Linda is here. What about Melissa? Melissa, you here? I see you up there. Okay. Tatiana is here. And so is Maria. Do I see you somewhere? There you are. And then Vanessa Pargas. There she is. Selena, you here? Yeah, I see you. Latasha. Where's Latasha? That's another person I'm worried about. This is 3 days for Latasha. Anybody know Latasha? Latasha Reed. Okay, I need to find out what's going on with her. Sarah is here, right? Where's Sarah? Not she? Okay. And then Alma is here. Esther, you here? Yeah, I see you. Yeah. Crystal Trevino, where you at? Just okay, I see you. And then Savannah. I see Savannah. Okay. So let me go ahead and send this email because I am late this morning. Close that.
Sir, did you get Cheryl Coates?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you. To D to V and D again. 7. No, I need to do that. Today is 8/6. Okay. And we've got Carter. X times 2. Cassie Garcia. And Tasha Reed. I like to see that times 2 times 3. All right, and that's it, right? Jordan Carter, Cassie Garcia, and Latasha Reed. Speak up now or forever hold your peace. Going once, going twice. Let me do this. No, I'm starting to worry about that one. Okay. All right. So that is that. Okay, so those are our blood vessels, arteries, veins, capillaries, and we've also thrown in the lymphatic system. Da, da, da. And I kind of forgot this picture was down here, but this shows the connection. Where the arteries are flowing in, still got the lines on there. Where the arteries are flowing in, the oxygen is pulled out, the nutrients are pulled out, and the carbon dioxide flows out the other side. So that is your capillary bed, existing in every tissue, from the fingertips to the liver to the brain, oxygen flowing in, carbon dioxide flowing out and headed back to the heart. All right. So now then that takes us to the heart. Hollow muscular organ located between the lungs, right behind your breastbone. So in most people, the heart is about nipple level. In men, in women, it all depends. Y'all can be like way down here sometimes. So in men, it's typically about the level of the nipples. In women, it just depends. So it's right behind your breastbone, sitting right between your lungs. So if you saw with the lungs and the heart in relation to each other, each lung, your right lung and your left lung, and the heart sits right there. Now your breastbone comes down the middle. So you see about half of your heart sits below the breastbone right there. So that's the part you're pumping on when you're doing CPR on somebody. Okay. So it sits about halfway underneath the breastbone with the other half sticking out, taking up space of the left lung. So the left lung has a notch in there like that for the space of the heart, and that notch is actually called your cardiac notch, right where the heart sits, takes up a little bit of space of the left lung. So that is the heart in relation to the structures around it. So it's a hollow muscular organ, meaning that the inside is open with 4 spaces in there. We'll be talking about naming those spaces as we go. And the heart squeezes against these spaces to push blood out. And it pulls blood in through those spaces. So the openings in the heart is where the blood actually flows in and then gets pushed out. So it's a hollow organ and it's muscular, meaning that it has the ability to squeeze those spaces, just like a turkey baster. So each one of those 4 spaces would be like the bulb on the turkey baster, squeezing and pushing out, or squeezing and then pulling in. All right. You also see that the heart has a certain amount of fat on it, that yellow looking stuff, to be used as an alternate energy source if you ever run low on glucose. We can burn fat instead. All right. Now the heart is a double pump. One side of the heart pushes blood out and back to the lungs and back. The other side of the heart pushes blood to the body and back. And let's look at this image to try or to illustrate that. Now, you know what? Let me do this. Let's see here. Okay. With the heart sitting in the center of your chest with the lungs on each side, the heart is enlarged here for the diagram purposes. See that blood is coming into those two. Oh, shoot, if I do it in blue, we won't be able to see it. Let's do it. There is no black pen down here. Why is there no black pen? That's crazy. Anyway, so we'll use green. You see the blood coming into the heart on this side, coming down from your arms, coming down from your brain, all filled with carbon dioxide because it's represented in blue. In our diagrams, CO2 will always typically be represented in blue, and oxygen typically represented in red. And that's to kind of keep us straight in our diagrams to show what's actually flowing through a blood vessel. So you see that the carbon dioxide from these capillary beds are being carried down to the heart. It's used up. It's empty trucks. Where do those trucks need to go to get oxygen? Where do they fill up with oxygen at? In your wet tissues. Anybody? Anybody? Your what?
Lungs?
Your lungs. Yay! Somebody's awake. So that's where it's headed when it comes into the heart right here. This side of the heart is going to push that blood. See the blood vessel? Right over to the lungs. Both. This one's going out this way and coming out over here. But that's its ultimate destination. It's an empty truck. It needs to go and pick up more oxygen. So it goes through this side and then gets pumped out to the lungs. The other side now is going to pick it up coming back. It now has plenty of oxygen in it. And this stuff is ready to be pumped out to the tissues now. It's full trucks. They're ready to deliver their oxygen. So they come into the other side of the heart. And when they pump out, they come out this way through that arch we showed you, which goes up to the head, over to each arm, branches down, comes down to all the tissues and meets up both. On the other side, flows out, empty. So on this side is delivering oxygen. This side is returning to the warehouse to pick up more oxygen. Picks it up, comes in the other side, drives off to deliver it, back down, drops, picks it up, back to the other side, drops down to deliver it, picks up more, back to the other side, drives off to deliver it. So that is the double pump. One side in green or in blue in the diagram, pushing blood to the lungs. The other side receiving the blood from the lungs and pushing it to the tissue. Those two types of circulation are called systemic and pulmonary. Pulmono means lungs. So it kind of gives away that side right there. Systemic is pushing blood to all the body systems. Systemic. And systemic circulation is the responsibility of the left side of the heart. You see it in red. Center delivering oxygen to all of the tissues. Pulmonary circulation is when the trucks return to the heart, they go out to the lungs and pick up more oxygen. So the systemic or pulmonary circulation happens on the right side of the lungs, or the right side of the heart, excuse me. So systemic circulation is the left pump, pulmonary circulation is the right pump. Now both these pumps are working together at the same time. So what I don't want you to imagine is this is not a scenario where this side squeezes, then that side squeezes. That's not what you're hearing. When you're hearing boom, 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 that's not what you're hearing. Okay? Both of these sides are squeezing at the same time. So both of these circulations are happening at the same time. That's why half of your blood is being pushed to your body. The other half is being pushed to your lungs, happening at the same time. So the word would be concurrent. They happen at the same time. If they happened separately, then they would be doing 100%. 100% to the lungs, then pump that 100% to the body. That 100% returns to the lungs, pump it again to the body. Since they work concurrently, half is going to the lungs, the other half is going to your body, all at the same time. So the two pumps do work concurrently. And later on, we'll be talking about what that bump is when you listen to a person's heart in their chest. Bump, 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 bump. It's not the two pumps. They work together. All right, so it's 9:15 now, so let's take a break. We'll come back at 9:30 and keep going. All right, and we're back. So we have mentioned the two phases of circulation. The systemic circulation, pumping to the body, is the responsibility of the left pump, and pulmonary circulation, pumping to the lungs, is the responsibility of the right pump. Sample test question: which side of the heart is responsible for systemic circulation? Which side of the heart is responsible for pulmonary circulation? The right and left pumps. All right, so let's look at the heart itself. I'm going to take this same picture and move it over, but you see the words that we're going to be using are all typed over on this side, and these are all the parts. So let's get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Let's go back here and copy that one. And let's try to paste it. Okay, cool. I'm getting better at this. Okay, let's start with structures that we know already, starting right here with your, and we'll try to remain true to the blue and red, the superior vena cava, and down here, the inferior vena cava. Okay, both carrying blood into the lungs from the capillary beds. This is used up blood or empty trucks, and they need to be pumped out to your lungs. So we'll look at the right pump first. These two vessels bringing blood down from your head and arms and up from your legs are both going to enter into this chamber on this side, pulling blood in like that. Once this chamber, and I'll circle it out, once this chamber is filled with blood, think of it doing this. As the blood is entering, the chamber is swelling up. And once that chamber is full, the muscles contract, squeezing inward and pushing the blood down into the bottom chamber down here. As that chamber fills with blood, it's going to do the same thing. As it fills up, when it's full, it's going to contract or squeeze inward and push the blood up this direction. And these two vessels both lead over to the person's lungs. Now, in the lungs, the blood is going to be, the carbon dioxide is going to be exchanged for oxygen. So now the blood will flow back to the heart through 1, 2 on this side, and 2 on this side. All this blood now has oxygen in it, and it's going to flow into the other side of the heart now, over here, through into this chamber, through all 4 of those vessels. These 2 coming around the backside, coming in, and these 2 coming on this side, both coming in, filling this chamber with blood. All that blood has oxygen in it now. It's ready to be pushed out to your tissues. So just like on this side, when that chamber fills up, it's going to contract in and push the blood down into this lower chamber. As that chamber fills, contracts in and pushes the blood up this direction, behind all of this, and into the blood vessel we've already named, your aorta. With these vessels going up to the head and arms, continues to flow around and down to the rest of the body. So that's the circulation, the right and left pumps, flowing into the right side, being pushed out over to the lungs. In the lungs, the carbon dioxide is traded for oxygen, flows back into the other side of the heart, fills this chamber, gets pushed down, and this chamber then pushes it out to the tissues for us, for that constant flow through the heart, flowing out and back through the second pump. All right, so let's name these parts. We started with your superior vena cava, inferior vena cava. The upper chambers on both sides, this side red or blue, this side red. Those two upper chambers are called, put it over here, atrium. So this is your right atrium and your left atrium. Plural would be atria, your right and left atria. So your right atrium, your left atrium, or your right and left atria. Okay. So from the atrium on both sides, or the atria on both sides, as they fill, they'll push the blood down to the lower chamber. And remember, both of these are happening at the same time. So both atria are contracting or expanding and then contracting at the same time. Pulling blood in from one side, pulling blood in from the lungs. They're both contracting at the same time. Now, when they contract, they're going to push the blood down to the lower chambers. The lower chambers are called ventricle. Your left ventricle and your right ventricle. Plural would be ventricles with an S. So your right ventricle and your left ventricle. And those are your four chambers. The upper chambers are atria. The lower chambers are ventricles. Then assign the appropriate side. Right atria, right ventricle, left atria, left ventricle. The four pumping chambers of the heart. All right, so let's go to the right side. As the blood from the right ventricle gets pumped out of the body, out of the heart, it goes up through these two vessels leading to your lungs. Now, these are your pulmonary vessels, since they're going to the lungs. And what type of vessel are they? Are they an artery or are they veins? Are they arteries or are they veins? What do you think? Think about the rule for naming these. These two vessels headed from the heart to your lungs. What are they called?
Veins.
Anybody else? There's only one other answer then.
Capillary.
Vessels.
They are arteries.
Arteries.
Why are they arteries? Because arteries flow away from the heart. Anytime it's moving away from the heart, doesn't matter what color it is, anytime it's moving away from the heart, it's an artery. So this one is your right pulmonary artery, and over here is your left pulmonary artery, both flowing away from the heart. Remember, anytime something flows away from the heart, doesn't matter what color it is or what it's carrying, it's called an artery. All right, now those flow both over into our lungs, and when we do the respiratory system, we'll talk about what happens in the lungs. But for now, the carbon dioxide is taken off and replaced with oxygen. So that empty truck enters the lungs, drops off the carbon dioxide, and picks up full tanks of oxygen. And now it's ready to flow back to the heart through these four vessels. Now, since those vessels are coming from the lungs, they're also called pulmonary. But are they arteries or veins? What do y'all think?
Veins.
They're flowing towards the heart, therefore they
they're
are.
arteries.
Yeah, no, they're veins. You had it right. They're
Oh.
flowing towards the heart. Remember, the color doesn't matter. As long as the arrows are pointing towards the heart, they are arteries, or excuse me, veins. Your right pulmonary veins, and over here, your left pulmonary veins. Right. So those are the vessels that carry the blood out to the lungs and back, the pulmonary vessels. The ones that are flowing away from the heart are pulmonary arteries. The ones that are flowing towards the heart are pulmonary veins. All right. So the pulmonary veins are all coming into the left atrium so that that blood can be pumped to the body. The blood gets pushed down to the left ventricle and then pumped up through the largest artery in our body. Anybody remember what that one's called? That big vessel that arches over like that, going up to your head and arms, is your aorta. And we want to label this part down here. Number 15 is your descending aorta. Coming down right there. Your descending aorta. So those are the chambers and the vessels. The right atrium, right ventricle, right and left pulmonary arteries flowing to the lungs, the right and left pulmonary veins flowing back into the left atrium, down to the left ventricle, and then up into the aorta. Blood just flowing through the heart like that constantly. All right. And the heart contracts around the chambers to keep that blood moving, so it doesn't stop or stagnate in the heart. So those are the chambers and the vessels. And again, on your PowerPoint, you'll see them all listed there and what they're actually pointing to. Right pulmonary artery is number 3 on this picture, right over here. Boom. Right pulmonary veins are right here, number 4. Into the right atrium, number 5. And then now we need to name the valves. Okay, have it in your notes that the general purpose of a valve is to prevent backflow. The general purpose of a valve is to prevent backflow. What does that mean? To keep the blood from going back to where it just came from. Keep it from flowing backwards. And we'll use this valve right here to illustrate that. When your right atrium pushes blood down into the lower chamber, now this lower chamber is going to contract and push the blood up this direction. What we don't want is we don't want the blood to flow back to where it just came from. So when this chamber contracts to push the blood up, that valve closes off. Therefore, the blood cannot flow backwards. When the chamber contracts, the blood gets, boom, hits the doorway and gets pushed up the way it's supposed to go. So no blood flows backwards. So the chamber, the valves, they open and close behind. They let the blood into the lower chamber and then close so that the blood can't flow back to where it just came from. Okay, so let's name the 4 valves of the heart. This valve right here, between the right atrium and the right ventricle, is called your tricuspid valve. Tricuspid tricuspid valve. Now, just from general knowledge, how many cusps you think are on this valve? Anybody?
Three.
Three.
3 is the tricuspid valve. If you were to take it out and look at it, it'd be circular like this, and it would have 1, 2, 3 cusps. And it opens like this. The cuffs open and then close, letting the blood through and then closing so it can't go backwards. The tricuspid valve. So the blood from the right atrium has been pushed down to the right ventricle, and then the right ventricle contracts, the tricuspid valve closes, and the blood flows this direction. Now, once the blood leaves the heart, we don't want it to fall back in. So there is another valve right here that prevents that from happening. Blood flows through, that valve closes, so the blood can't come back. That valve, since it leads to the lungs, is the pulmonary valve. That's an A. The pulmonary valve, leading out to the lungs. So on the right side, you have the tricuspid valve and your pulmonary valve. Each one serving as a doorway, so as the blood flows through, it can't flow back. Flows through, can't flow back. The doorway closes. Now, on the left side of the heart, that blood coming into your left atrium from all 4 pulmonary veins, dropping the blood into the right atrium. That blood will be pushed down into the right ventricle, and you probably see the valve now, right there. So when the right ventricle contracts, this valve closes, so the blood cannot flow backwards. The valve on the left side, between the left atrium and the left ventricle, is called your bicuspid valve. Again, how many cusps? This one has
2.
2. Now, a more common name for the bicuspid valve is the one we use more often is the mitral valve. Mitral valve. Mitral and bicuspid, same thing. Your mitral valve. Now, when the left chamber fills with blood and pushes the blood up this direction, headed into your aorta. In order from keeping it from falling in, you might see the valve already. It's right there. That valve, since it leads to the aorta, is called your aortic valve. So those are 4 valves of the heart and what they do. Number 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you go in that order, then you might remember it as toilet paper my ass. TPMA. Tricuspid, pulmonary, mitral, and aortic. Toilet paper my ass. All right. So anyway, those are the valves of the heart and what they do. They prevent backflow. They open, let the blood flow through, close so it can't flow back. Now, sometimes people will have issues with their heart valves And all those words are on the slide over there. Now that you know what they are and how to locate them. Tricuspid, they're all here. Mitral valve, aortic valve. The only one that's not listed is the pulmonary valve because there is no number pointing to it. So if you want to go ahead and kind of circle something like that. The pulmonary valve is not listed over here. Okay. But you see the word pulmonary several times so that you can use that. The pulmonary valve right up there. Okay, now sometimes people will have issues with their heart valves where a valve becomes incompetent, meaning that when it opens and the blood flows through, when it closes, it doesn't close all the way and allows some blood to squirt backwards. So this valve, let's use this valve right here. Blood flows through, no problem. But when this chamber contracts, the valve doesn't close all the way. It leaves a little gap so that some blood does squirt backwards into the previous chamber. That's an incompetent heart valve. Have an incompetent heart valve. It allows blood to move backwards through it when it's not supposed to. All right. Now there are some protections against that. Inside the heart chamber, there are these small strings that come down from the heart valve and they anchor themselves into the floor of the heart chamber like this. And they hold that valve so that when it goes backwards to close, it doesn't go too far. The little strings keep it held down like that. So that it doesn't stretch and flip backwards. Okay. Kind of like an umbrella in the wind. So those strings that hold the valve down, they anchor it to the floor of the heart like that. Those strings are called chordae tendineae. They keep the heart valves anchored so that they don't flip backwards. And in a minute, we'll see a little video of the heart pumping with the chordae tendineae holding the valves so that they don't flip backwards on you. So chordae tendineae, they prevent the heart valves from flipping backwards. Primarily this one over here. Now, why does that heart valve need so much support that it has strings attached to it so it doesn't flip backwards? I want you all to look at the heart muscle right here. First, let me see something. Let me see something in the slides. There's your chordae tendineae. I forgot I had this image in here. The heart valve will be right here, and the chordae tendineae attached to it to keep it from flipping too far backwards. Your chordae tendineae. All right. Where does this go next? Let me see something. Structures, pericardial. All right. Is that a video? Oh, look. See something. Come on. Come on.
Good grammar and spelling are important,
Okay.
but if you want to write essays that inspire,
I think we'll skip that. Okay.
The human heart has 4 chambers. The 2 upper chambers are the atria, and the 2 lower chambers are the ventricles. The interatrial septum separates the 2 atria, and the interventricular septum is the partition between the 2 ventricles. The right atrium and right ventricle are connected through a tricuspid valve. As the name suggests, it has 3 leaflets or cusps. On the other side, the left atrium and ventricle are connected through a bicuspid valve. The bicuspid valve is also called the mitral valve because of its resemblance to a bishop's two-sided mitre or hat.
Okay.
The leaflets of these atrioventricular valves are connected to fibrous tissue called the chordae tendineae, which in turn are attached to papillary muscles. Contraction and relaxation of these muscles make the valves open and close. There are also valves at the opening of the pulmonary trunk and the aorta. These are called the pulmonary valve and the aortic valve, respectively. Because of their crescent moon shape, these two valves are also called semilunar valves. The characteristic double-up sound of the heartbeat is produced during the closing of the heart valves. The thickness of the walls of the four heart chambers varies with their functions. The walls of the atria are thinner than those of the ventricles, as the blood needs to be pumped into adjacent ventricles only. The left ventricle pumps blood a greater distance at higher pressure. Therefore, the wall of the left ventricle is thicker than that of the right ventricle. The sinoatrial node, atrioventricular node, bundle of HIS and Purkinje fibers represent the specialized cardiac tissue. These fibers are autoexcitable as they have the potential to generate electrical activity without any external stimuli. This makes the heart beat continuously.
Which works better for getting...
Hell, I should have just used that, huh? All right. So you see the blood flow and the heart valves in action and how they do what they do and what the chordae tendineae do. Okay, so I want to call your attention to something that he did mention in that video, and it's illustrated here, that the wall that surrounds the left ventricle is a lot thicker than the wall that surrounds the right ventricle. You see the difference in thickness? Why is that? Because this chamber, your right ventricle, it only pumps blood to the lungs and back. And remember, the lungs are right there, man. So it doesn't do very much work, just to the lungs. This ventricle has to push the blood up into the aorta and all the way up to your head and all the way out to your fingertips. So the left ventricle works a lot harder than the right side. So the muscle around the left ventricle will be a lot thicker. As a result of that, this chamber squeezes harder than the other side. So when people have trouble with heart valves, it's usually going to be this one right here. Why is that? Because with all the pressure coming out of this chamber, this valve is open when it squeezes. This is the only valve that closes against the pressure of the left ventricle. So this valve has the greatest amount of pressure exerted on it than any other valve in the heart. As a result, it tends to fail more than any other. Again, remembering that when this chamber squeezes, that valve closes. So all the blood has to be redirected against that valve and then up, excuse me, and out of the heart. So this valve right there has the greatest pressure exerted against it when the heart beats. And that is a test item right there. Because the heart muscle is thickest around the left ventricle, the mitral valve must withstand the greatest amount of pressure as the heart beats. And that is the actual question, but you take out the mitral valve part. Because the heart muscle is thickest around the left ventricle, which valve must resist the greatest amount of pressure as the heart beats? It's the mitral valve. And I think it's something like this, actually. A, mitral. B, tricuspid. C, bicuspid. And D, aortic. What's the answer here?
A.
A.
Look at it again. A and C. It's the same thing. Bicuspid and mitral valve are the same thing.
Okay.
It's one of them questions. Yeah. If you pick both A and C, they're both the same thing. And I'm pretty sure that question is like that. So you'll be looking to pick both of those, mitral and bicuspid. All right, since the heart muscle is thickest around the left ventricle, the valve that must resist the greatest pressure when the heart beats, the mitral bicuspid, same thing. All right, so those are our heart valves. Again, in this illustration, you're seeing the valve itself with the chordae tendineae to prevent them from flipping backwards.
Wow, that guy's good.
Okay, so those are our heart valves. And you see them listed up here as well. Tricuspid, mitral valve, aortic valve, and the pulmonary valve is not listed. All right, all keeping blood traveling in the right direction. Now, what do you think would happen if in this heart, what do you think would happen if the blood did flow back the wrong way? Most of the blood will go up where it's supposed to, but since they have an incompetent mitral valve, some of that blood squirts back into the previous chamber with every heartbeat. What do you think would happen when that happens to somebody? Well, let me just say, first of all, they'll be getting less blood pumped up into their aorta. Some of it will be going backwards. But we could actually detect that blood flowing backwards right there. We can hear it with a stethoscope. So we put a stethoscope to somebody's chest and listen to their heart, and the blood actually flows backwards while we're listening. We can hear that with the stethoscope. And what do you think we call that? Y'all have heard of it before. Anybody? When blood flows backwards through a valve, you can hear it with a stethoscope. I know
Heart murmur.
those are heart murmurs. The blood flowing backwards through heart valves. Now, y'all saw in the video, it kind of stole my thunder. I didn't know he was going to say that, but the heartbeat, that sound that you hear, boom, 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 that's the valves closing. It's not the chamber squeezing or the blood shooting out of the chamber. It's the valve closing. Boom, boom, boom. So we can hear that boom, 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 boom when the valves close. Now, I want you to imagine you're listening to somebody's chest, and what you're hearing, a heart murmur sounds kind of like a type of sound. So what if you're hearing boom, 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 boom? Which valve are you listening to that's incompetent? You're listening to somebody's heart and you're hearing boom, 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 boom. Which valve is incompetent? The boom, 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 boom. So if you're hearing boom, 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 you're hearing this boom, 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 boom. It tells you which valve is incompetent, where you hear the murmur. What if you're hearing boom, 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 boom? What you're hearing is boom, 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 boom. It's this valve that's incompetent. And you can pick it depending on which side of the heart you're listening to. So if you're listening to the right side of the heart and you're hearing boom, 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 it's boom, 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 boom. This valve is incompetent. If you're hearing boom, boom, this valve is incompetent. Boom, 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 boom. So the doctors will listen. That's why when they listen to your heart, you see the doctor moving the stethoscope in 4 different spots. They're listening to each of the heart valves to see which one they're hearing the murmur from. Now, in babies, heart murmurs are a little bit different. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But when the doctor says your baby is born with a heart murmur, it's usually not the heart valves. It's something else. Blood is still flowing backwards, but it's not flowing backwards through a valve. There's another part. All right. So those are our heart valves and what heart murmurs are. If you have the point where your heart valve has become completely incompetent, usually this one, the mitral valve, just doesn't work, man. Blood's just going crazy back through up here. You're getting less blood flow into your aorta because half your damn blood is flowing backwards. Okay. In these people, we're going to go in and put in an artificial heart valve. Now, they don't open like ours do, you know, with the cusps. Artificial heart valves are a metal ring with a flapper door inside. And the door opens like this, like the carburetor on a car. It's attached to the same papillary muscles that open and close them, but it just flaps back and forth like that. Open, and then spins around on its axis and closes. Opens, closes, opens, closes. Now, when this valve closes, this metal flapper door will click against the metal ring, and you'll actually hear that. Click, click, click. So you're listening to somebody's heart, and you're hearing click, click, click. They've got an artificial heart valve. You can hear them right away. It is so obvious. The first one that I heard kind of caught me off guard a little bit because he was a younger guy. If you have a condition in your life as a child known as rheumatic fever, also known as scarlet fever. This is a bacteria that gets into your body, migrates itself to your heart, and destroys your heart valves. So if you have rheumatic fever as a kid, that's when you'll see the 19-year-old kid, 19-year-old person sitting up in your living room, in your emergency room with a artificial heart valve. They had rheumatic fever when they were a baby or a kid. All right, so that's what heart murmurs are, and how we hear them, and how we handle incompetent heart valves. They put an artificial valve in there. All right. So we've labeled all these parts of the heart, and you should be able to pick them out now. The aorta, the large branch up top. Superior vena cava coming down this way, inferior vena cava right there. The right pulmonary artery coming over like this, the right pulmonary veins coming back. The right atrium, the upper chamber, the tricuspid valve, the valve between them, and the right ventricle, the lower chamber. Move to the other side, left pulmonary artery, right here. Left pulmonary veins, here and here. Left atrium, right there. Mitral valve between the two. This one goes up and points to the aortic valve up here. The left ventricle, right there. And the descending aorta, right there. So all those parts are names or have their names. Okay. Let's go back to this image and know that anything or any organ that's hollow on the inside will have to have 3 layers to it. Those layers, we'll do them like this. The inner layer of the chamber itself. The middle layer you see shaded in. And then the outer layer of the heart itself. The inner, middle, and outer layers. Let's go on and name those. A word part then is all the way around in all these chambers. The inner layer all the way around, the middle layer, and then the outer layer. All right, so the inner layer, the word part that means inside something is endo. In this case, it's inside the heart. Remember the word for heart? Cardi. And when you put the UM on the end, that makes it a noun. Something you can touch. The endocardium, the inner layer of the heart, inside the heart, endocardium. The layer in the middle, you see it's shaded in your on this drawing. That's the muscular layer. That's the part that does all the work. It does the squeezing of the heart. And the word part that means muscle is myo. And it's the muscle of the heart, therefore it's the myocardium, the muscle of the heart. The outer layer in red, it's around the heart, the entire heart itself. It's around the heart. The word part that means around is peri. And it's around the heart, therefore is the pericardium, the 3 layers of the heart. The endocardium, the inside, the myocardium, the muscular part, and then the outside around the heart is the pericardium. Endocardium, myocardium, and pericardium. 3 layers of the heart. All right, so we can tell where something is happening based on these 3 word parts. For example, if a person has endocarditis, itis is inflammation, infection. We know it's happening to the heart, but where is it happening? They have inflammation or infection inside their heart, as opposed to pericarditis. Where is their inflammation or infection? Around the outside of the heart. So endocarditis versus pericarditis, telling us where the inflammation is happening. In this case, it's inside the heart chambers. In this case, it's around the outside of the heart. Endo versus peri. So knowing your word parts is what gets you through. That's why the homework has an awful lot of word parts in there. It has labeling, but an awful lot of word parts. Endo is inside, peri is around. And for those of you that are new to me, this is your first module. We'll be going through all of these next module, a little more in depth. Peri, endo, myo, all of those. And we'll test on those word parts. All right, so those are the layers of the heart. Okay. Now, we've labeled everything. We've labeled the great vessels that are attached to the heart. And let's try doing it one more time with just the initials. The great vessels, superior vena cava, inferior vena cava, the aorta, the descending aorta, the pulmonary artery and pulmonary veins, being on your right side. Right pulmonary arteries, right pulmonary veins. Over here, left pulmonary artery and the left pulmonary veins. Your right atrium, right ventricle, tricuspid valve, pulmonary valve. On the left side, the left atrium, left ventricle, mitral valve, and aortic valve. And there you go. Everything labeled. When you get into doing this for a while, these will just kind of jump out at you. The names will stick in your mind, and labeling the heart parts won't be a big deal for you. And you will be doing this again when you do your EKG classes. Okay, so now all the parts are labeled, so including the layers. So let's take a look at what happens to somebody if they have a heart attack. Now, a little bit later, we'll be talking about what heart attacks are or how they happen. But right now, we'll say that a heart attack happens in the myocardium, the muscle part. So this tissue in there will start to die because they have no oxygen getting to it. Later on, we'll talk about why that happens. But right now, that tissue right there is dying off. And it's not squeezing along with the rest of it. This tissue out here is still squeezing the heart, making sure that blood is being pumped out of there. But that spot right there, it's not working. As a result, the rest of the tissue around it starts to work harder, starts to pump harder to make up for the lack of pumping in this spot. And anybody know what happens when you work a muscle hard? We know out here they cramp up or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. But when you work out, what happens to your muscles? Anybody? They get bigger. And that's good out here, man. It's like, oh, look at me. Ooh, yeah, don't I look good? My muscles are getting big. But in there, that's not good. Look at your heart muscle getting bigger. But it not only gets bigger out here, remember this chamber is hollow inside. Look what else happens. It gets bigger inside. So now take a look at the size of this chamber compared to the size of that chamber. See what happens? This chamber is too small. The muscles got too big. So let's give it a number. We'll give it a number of 100. You got 100% of blood being pumped out to your lungs. But when it comes back, it won't all fit in here. You might get 99. What happened to that extra 1? Got stuck out there in your lungs. Okay. And this is perpetuating because when this pumps out 99, the pressure is 1 lower than it should be. So when it comes all the way back around through your body and enters this side, Guess what's going to come in over here? Not 99, 98. Because the pressure is so low now that 1 gets stuck down there in your legs. That slight decrease in pressure means that it won't have enough pressure to come back up the other side. Another 1 gets stuck in your legs. Now this gets pumped out of here over to your lungs. Guess what's going to happen? Another 1's going to get stuck out there. So what's coming into this chamber over here? 97. When you pump 97 out of here and it goes down to your legs, so what enters on this side over here? 96. So it's a perpetuating problem. It's going to continue. The 96 gets pumped out. Over here, you're getting 95. And that's going to keep doing that for months, even years, until you get so little blood flow out of your heart that it won't sustain you. And you will die. It's the most common cause of death in people worldwide. It kills more people than anything else out there in the world. And we call it congestive heart failure, CHF. You got CHF. The heart is just not pumping enough blood for you. Why? Because it's getting stuck in your lungs and in your feet. That's the congestion part. The blood is congesting in your lungs and in your feet. That's congestive heart failure. Who the hell was that? Oh, I don't know who that is. Hey, y'all, if y'all are calling me, the best way to get in touch with me is a text, because I just won't answer calls I don't recognize. And y'all know y'all do that too. If you don't recognize it, I ain't answer that. I don't know who that is. Send a text would be the best way to get in touch with me if you're calling me by phone. All right, so anyway, that's congestive heart failure, CHF. The blood is getting congested in the lungs and congested in the feet. As a result of that, they're going to start having a lot of fluid in their respiratory tract, but they're also going to start swelling up at the feet and ankles. And it can be really dramatic. One young lady in class asked me one day when we were talking about this, she said, "Mr. Mahone, my granddad has congestive heart failure. Why does it make your feet sweat? His socks are always wet from his feet sweating." No, his feet aren't sweating. Your granddad has so much fluid collecting in his legs that it's starting to leak out his pores. So that's not sweat, that's tissue fluid. And it's the end stages of congestive heart failure. Of course, I didn't tell her that. I just told her, listen, well, call your doctor, talk to your doctor about that and ask that question. And I had to leave that part out of the lecture. I'm not going to sit in class and tell somebody their granddad's probably getting ready to die. But that is what's going on. Yeah. So much fluid is leaking out of the feet that the body just can't handle it anymore. And the fluid is being pushed out of their pores. He's got so much fluid in his legs. All right, so let's see if. Said what? Yes, it's going to happen to all of us who live long enough. Yeah. But what can advance it and make it happen sooner? Prior heart attacks. Remember, that spot in the heart that's dead, that's what triggers the whole sequence to start. Making the heart work harder, the muscle work harder, the muscle gets thicker. So let's see. No, you know what? I have a video of this. Never mind. Let's go back to the PowerPoint and go down to, is it all the way down here? I know I have a video of that. There it is.
If you shop on Amazon,
No,
you
we
should
don't.
use
Thank you,
Wikibuy.
though.
It's a browser extension that automatically.
That's okay.
A healthy heart, as seen here, beats approximately 60 to 100 times a minute, providing oxygen-rich blood to the rest of the body. The lower left chamber of the heart, called the left ventricle, is the main pumping chamber. There are many different conditions that can lead to congestive heart failure, including a prior heart attack, high blood pressure, and coronary artery disease. Any of these can prevent the heart from efficiently pumping blood to the rest of the body. As a result, the heart may beat faster, and the ventricle may increase in size, becoming an even less effective pump. When the kidneys sense the reduced blood flow, they attempt to compensate by retaining more water and salt. This excess fluid retention often causes congestion in the tissues and results in swelling and an increased strain on an already weak heart. The progressive effect of the heart failing to properly circulate blood and congestion due to fluid retention is known as congestive heart failure.
All right, cool.
Which works better
Oh,
for
shut
getting
up.
rid of nail fungus? Apple cider vinegar or tea tree oil? Most doctors tell
About washing your damn feet. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. You know how to get rid of nail fungus? Pee on your feet. It works. Bet on it. And it feels good, too. All right. So anyway, that is congestive heart failure and what's happening with those folks. And it's going to continue. It will not stop. I left out the kidney part. The kidneys do sense a decrease in blood pressure. And we do the kidneys. We'll talk about how the kidneys help to maintain our blood pressure for us. Remember, the amount of fluid in your body is one of the things that contributes to your blood pressure. So when the kidneys sense that their heart is pumping out less blood, your blood pressure is going to go down. The part that comes out of your heart is called your ejection fraction. How much blood is actually being pumped out of a person's heart? When your ejection fraction starts to go down, your blood pressure goes down with it. Your kidneys sense the decrease in blood pressure and they start to retain water, trying to bring your blood pressure back up. Remember, blood pressure is partially based on the amount of fluid in your body. So when the kidneys sense that decrease, the kidneys shut down to try and get you to retain water to bring your blood pressure back up. But remember, you're already congesting fluid in your lungs and in your feet. The kidneys are shutting down. You start to retain more fluid. So it's really not the congestive heart failure that they die from. They usually die from kidney failure. The kidney seize up, trying to keep their blood pressure up by retaining water in them. And it can be so dramatic, y'all, that what we will do when we bring you in the clinic, the doctor, first of all, medical assistants, when you're checking in somebody with congestive heart failure, when you take them to the exam room, you're going to have them take their shoes and socks off before the doctor comes in to see them. That's so get their feet a chance to air out because the doctor is going to be down there on their feet. And what the doctor is going to do is right down there at the foot, the doctor is going to take their fingers and press down into the tissue and then release it. If there is fluid underneath that tissue, when you press into it, the shape of your fingers are going to remain when you pull your fingers away. So as you pull your fingers out of the tissue, you're still going to see the shapes of your fingers in their tissue. You've created pits when you press down. That's all fluid being dislodged right there. And that's called pitting edema. Edema is swelling caused by fluid. Edema, swelling caused by fluid. Push down in the tissues and release, and you'll see the shapes of your fingers remain in their tissue when you pull it away, waiting for the fluid to fill back up in that tissue. It's pitting edema. So the doctor's going to want you gone, have them gone, take the shoes and socks off. so that they can check for pitting edema in their feet. The only way to correct congestive heart failure is a heart transplant. It's not going to correct. There are no medications. We can give medications that can strengthen the heartbeat, but eventually you're going to need a heart transplant. And until you can get a heart transplant, we might put you on a heart sleeve. This is a bag, if you will, that goes around your heart and squeezes the heart for you. And as you can imagine, you're not going home with this thing. You're going to be in the hospital the whole time you're on this. So they put you on a heart sleeve, waiting for a heart transplant. And depending on when your insurance runs out, that's why it's a good thing I have VA. Never runs out. I could lay up in for months on this freaking thing without the insurance running out on it. So that's what a heart sleeve is. They put it in around your heart, and there's fluid being pumped into these tubes right here that's squeezing the bag or the sleeve. And it's actually squeezing the blood out of your heart for you. So that's a heart sleeve. Let's look at CHF swelling. And there's your pitting edema. See the doctor pushed in right there, released, and there it is. The shape of the finger is still there, waiting for the fluid to fill that back in again, the pitting edema. These pictures are kind of small. There it is again, pressed in, and the tissue is just not filling back in again. Taking too long. All right. And these are all people with CHF. So how swollen the legs and feet are. That's why a doctor wants you to have them take their shoes and socks off. Okay, so I want to find another image. CHF swelling and socks. Let's see here. Oh, they're all selling socks, damn it. That's not what I'm looking for. You can see that one a little bit, but not too much. Here we go. See the socks right there? Well, it's still not a good picture. Look at that. You see all 4 fingerprints in there. And all that's fluid pushing on the legs. There's again. That's how much fluid is in their legs. Okay. All right, so let me just kind of do it this way. Okay, you come home from a day's work, hard day's work. You sit down and you take your socks off and you see something like this. The calf and then your foot. This is where your socks were. You see what happens? It backs all the fluid up here. Take your socks off and your legs look like that, until this fluid eventually starts dropping down and filling in all those spaces under there. Okay. So when you take your socks off when you get home and your legs look like this, uh-oh, why are my legs swelling above my socks like that? Take the socks off, they eventually fills in. So what we kind of do for these folks as well that I did mention is the socks. We put compression garments on them. Go ahead.
Is water pills good for that? Because my
Absolutely.
mom's leg gets like that, and they told her to take water pills.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh.
help your body pee off that extra water. You're also going to be on fluid restrictions. We don't want you drinking a lot of fluid. You already got too much. Okay? And the water pill that helps you pee off some of that excess fluid. So that is the sock band that ends up around your leg. Now, if you wear compression socks, that might help as well. All those ones we just saw in that ad, or as we were looking at this. Compression socks. They keep the fluid from building up in your lower extremities, but guess what? The fluid is still going to be building up. It'll just be building up above the socks. So this is not a treatment. It's just something that people do. They wear compression socks. But they're still going to be building up. In this case, it's going to be building up above the socks. So their legs will be compressed, but the fluid will start to build up in their thighs and around their knees. So it doesn't correct the problem. It's just people just tend to want to do that. They want to wear the compression socks like that. This person wears them all the way up. Now, these kind of socks are also good for varicose veins. And as a result, guys, I'm on the ward and I need to get some TED hose for my patient. They're compression garments. TED is the brand name, so we call them TED hose. I need to get some TED hose for one of my CHF patients. I go down to the closet and there are none in there. So I go down to the charge nurse and I say, hey, nurse so-and-so, listen, we're out of TED hose again. Why do we keep running out of those things? Take a look down the damn hallway and look at all the nurses who are wearing TED hose. Why? Because they don't want to get varicose veins. And as a result, I have none for my patients. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I do need to have a talk with the nurses. Yes, you do. They're using up the damn equipment. CHF patients can't get TED hose because all the damn nurses are wearing them because they don't want to get varicose veins. So that is a TED hose right there, TED. Again, we use them in the hospitals all the time, but they're also good for varicose veins. So the nurses tend to use them up. What's this? I don't know what that is. All right. So that is the #1 killer of people in the world. Congestive heart failure. And this is what will get me. I promise you that. If I don't die from a car accident or something like that, CHF is what's going to get me. I've had 4 heart attacks already. So I know I'm going to have some of this as I get older. And I do have cardiovascular disease. So I'm going to have CHF as I get older. So that is CHF. Hopefully the treatments will advance before I get it. I hope they perfect the artificial heart here in the next few years or so. That's what I need. I don't want a heart transplant. I want an artificial heart, robot heart. So hopefully they will perfect that kind of stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and take another break. It is almost 20 till. So let's break until 5 till. There'll be about 17, 18 minutes. Come back at 5 minutes to 11. All right. Boom. Keep a couple more minutes. I am a couple minutes early, so give people a couple more minutes to get back. Oh, all right. In the meantime, we can talk about these things right here. Beta blockers. This is a medication that keeps your heart from squeezing too hard. So there you go. I'm on beta blockers. So congestive heart failure may not be as dramatic for me because I'm taking medication to keep it from happening to me. Taking the beta blockers so my heart doesn't squeeze too hard. I also have my chest x-ray. My chest x-ray every year. They take an image of my heart and see if it's getting bigger. So in a prophylactic approach, you can keep congestive heart failure from happening as quickly as it does in people who don't monitor or track that stuff. All right. So, but because I take the beta blockers, it makes it very difficult for me to have an exercise program because my heart doesn't squeeze harder like yours does. When you run down the street, your heart starts squeezing hard, pushing that blood around. Mine won't do that. And my heart rate doesn't go up. So if I climb stairs and that type of stuff, I'll be out of breath when I get to the top of the stairs, just because my heart doesn't accommodate for the increase in activity because of the beta blockers that I take. And that's why if you were in class with me last module, when we went to break and that type of stuff, I had to go downstairs, go out to my car, come back up, walk up the steps, and come back in class kind of out of breath because my heart rate doesn't increase when I do activities. So I have to be cautious about participating in exercise programs, that type of stuff. I can't overdo it. Otherwise, my heart would, the beta blockers would make me so out of breath that I'd be so really uncomfortable. I wouldn't die, but it'd make me really uncomfortable trying to catch my breath because my heart rate doesn't go up. All right, so that's another way that we can kind of slow down the progression of congestive heart failure is putting you on the prophylactic medications. And if you take them before developing congestive heart failure, it makes it even a better of a treatment for people. So hopefully I'll last a little bit longer because I am always conscious of congestive heart failure. Every time I go into the clinic, the doctor wants to squeeze my feet. Go down and squeeze my legs, make sure there's no fluid collecting down there. I watch for the sock sign, the buildup of fluid above your sock line and things like that. So if you know what to do, you can slow down the progression of some of these diseases that happen to people. And hopefully congestive heart failure won't happen for me until later on, like it does in most people. All right, so that is CHF. And there's a test question about it, so let's find it. It is, oh, there it is. The inability of the heart to pump sufficient amounts of blood. Congestive heart failure, CHF. Inability of the heart to pump sufficient amounts of blood. CHF. All right, now take a look at this x-ray of your inability of the heart to pump sufficient amounts of blood. Well, y'all write slow. Jeez. No, still writing. Okay, look at this heart. There is no way. Look at that thing. This is why I have my chest x-ray every year. That's huge, way too big. The lung over here is being compressed down to almost nothing. So this person is also going to develop pneumonia. The lung is being compressed. The heart is so freaking big. So that's why we do chest x-rays like that, to look at the size of the person's heart. Is their heart getting too big? Hence the term cardiomegaly. Mega means big. Yeah. Enlarged, real big. Cardiomegaly. They have an enlarged heart. Okay. So make sure you get that inability of the heart to pump sufficient amounts of blood. Okay. So we've talked about the layers of the heart as well, and what happens to that muscular layer when you have congestive heart failure. One thing that I didn't mention, and a good thing I pulled this slide up, is the endocardium, that inner layer. Do y'all remember what happens when blood flowing through a vessel reaches a rough surface in there? Remember, rough surfaces trigger blood clots to happen right there. And the one thing that you don't want in your life is blood clots inside your heart. You see what happens when this blood clot tries to pump out of there? It's going to get caught on the valve. So you don't want blood clots inside the heart. In order to keep that from happening, our endocardium must be very, very smooth. So as the blood flows across it, it doesn't develop blood clots. So that's what that slide is saying. The endocardium must be very smooth, and that prevents abnormal clotting inside the heart. And the second test question right here is the layer, the muscular layer of the heart is the myocardium. So the endocardium must be very smooth, and the muscular layer is called the myocardium. Myo meaning muscle. All right. Okay. Mitral valve, we did all that. The layers of the heart, we did those. Endocarditis. You think this person's going to have blood clots happening inside their heart?
Yes.
Look at that mess, man. Yeah. They have all kinds of blood clots happening. Their endocardium is just, oh. And this is actually, believe it or not, this is their heart valves. See that? You see the chordae tendineae attached to them? That's their heart valves. This person had, remember that term? Rheumatic fever, also called scarlet fever.
Is the white parts on there? That's fat, isn't it? All those little
Now,
white.
this is the smooth upper chambers. They're supposed to be smooth like that. See how smooth they are? That's the way they should be. But down here, what the hell happened down here? Their heart valves.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The little yellowish stuff right there. Are those fat, like clusters of fat already?
No, it's just growth on the heart from bacteria. So it's not fat. It looks like it, but it's not fat. It's bacterial growth on their heart valves from their rheumatic fever. And that's how rheumatic fever destroys the heart valves, and the person needs a artificial heart valve. This might not have been an old person. This might have been a young person. Rheumatic fever destroys the heart valves like that. And it's a bacterial collection on the heart valves or growth. And this person will definitely not be moving blood correctly, and also causing blood clots in the heart itself. And that is inside the heart, endocarditis, inflammation or infection inside their heart. If y'all haven't noticed it yet, itis is one of the most common suffixes we use. It means inflammation or infection. And you can have itis in anything. And y'all have heard words like conjunctivitis, rheumatoid arthritis, inflammation or infection inside that area, itis. It's the most common suffix we use, itis. And that's endocarditis, inflammation inside the heart. All right. So now let's talk about the most common issues that people have with their heart as they get a little bit older, and sometimes younger people as well. And that is the heart attack. What is a heart attack? Okay. First of all, we want to say, let's see if I got the word right there. Make sure you have this in your notes. Myocardial infarction. Myo is muscle. Cardio is heart. Infarction, tissue death, due to lack of oxygen, and infarction. You can have an infarction anywhere. If you have a brain infarction, we call that a stroke. You can also have bowel infarction. A myocardial infarction is tissue death due to lack of oxygen to the heart muscle. We call that a heart attack. The doctor might say your patient has had an MI. They've had a myocardial infarction, they've had a heart attack. All right. Tissue death due to lack of oxygen and infarction. Myocardial infarction is the medical term for heart attack. All right, so have that. MI is a heart attack, myocardial infarction. So what is actually happening? Okay, let's go back to here and delete all this. And let's pull this bad boy up here while we talk. Okay, so you see the heart. The heart actually looks more like an apple than a Valentine's heart. Y'all probably saw that from the first heart we put up. And here's your aorta. And the interior of the heart is pumping blood out into this aorta. But notice that the heart doesn't feed itself from the inside. You see, the heart needs oxygen as well. That heart muscle, hey, it's using up a lot of oxygen. As a matter of fact, if you go one heartbeat without enough oxygen to your heart, you're going to feel that. Ooh, what was that? Ooh, yeah, one heartbeat. The heart needs blood or needs oxygen on every heartbeat. Not like your liver. Your liver might not pull oxygen out of the blood every time it flows through there. It only pulls oxygen out if it needs it. But the heart, the brain need oxygen on every heartbeat. So the heart is a really demanding of oxygen. Now, if we look at the interior chamber of the heart, let's call this a ventricle. If you think now, it's not going to write on that spot. Okay. The muscle of the heart is right here outside that ventricle. So you would think that the heart could pull oxygen straight from the ventricle into the heart muscle, but it can't do that. Because if there was an opening like this that allowed blood to get from the ventricle out to the heart muscle, then you would have turbulence right here. Kind of like what you see when you drain your sink. The water starts to spin around. Turbulence would cause blood clots to happen in here. So even if we did have a vessel that went from the interior chamber into the heart muscle, that vessel would be clogged up with blood clots all the time. So we can't siphon blood from the inside out to the heart muscle. So instead, the blood has to come from the outside into the heart muscle like that. And that's what these vessels are all about. The blood from the aorta siphons off into these blood vessels. This is the same blood that's being pumped up to your arms and legs and out to your body, but some of it's going to be pulled off right away and redirected to the heart itself. So the heart muscle gets plenty of oxygen. These vessels coming down from the aorta, all of these bad boys down here, going all the way down, coming off this side, going around the back side, coming down the front side. This one's going around the back side, coming down the front side over here. These are called your coronary arteries. The blood vessels that service the heart itself. And you see they come right off of the aorta. As a matter of fact, if you took your aortic valve out and looked at it like up like this, you would see that the aortic valve, the valve that flows from the heart and keeps the stuff from falling back in, that valve looks like this. Yeah, isn't that cool? These are the two blood vessels, 1 and 2. And this is the part that flows up into the aorta. So the valve actually looks like that. It looks like it got a little face on it with the 2 coronary arteries attached and then the rest of it flowing up into the aorta. Okay, so those are your coronary arteries, pulling oxygenated blood right off of the aorta and delivering it to the heart muscle. All of these vessels will eventually flow down into the heart muscle, developing or delivering oxygen all the way down there to the tip. Again, this one, bringing oxygen around the backside of the heart. And this one right here, the backside on the other side, making sure that the entire heart is getting oxygen flow into the muscle down there. Okay. So what is a heart attack? A heart attack usually happens when one of these blood vessels becomes blocked with something. In many cases, it is, there's your blood vessel, and you're building up plaque in there. Plaque caused primarily by cholesterol deposits. That's why high cholesterol is not good for you. It builds up plaque primarily in your coronary arteries. And we would call that then, this right here, that would be called coronary artery disease, CAD. And that's what I have. I have coronary artery disease. My blood vessels or my coronary arteries are just gunked up with shit, man. All kinds of plaque in there and so on. No, so a heart attack is caused by blood being cut off to the coronary arteries. And as a result, this area of the heart that those arteries are serving has decreased or lack of blood flow. And all that tissue starts to die off. That's a heart attack. It's going to hurt like crazy. Okay, feels like somebody literally is holding your heart and squeezing it as tight as they can. So it's not a sharp, like a stabbing pain. It's like a squeezing type pain. Like, oh, what's wrong? It feels like somebody's sitting on my chest, man, or somebody's squeezing my heart in there. You're having a heart attack. Okay, so the amount of tissue death. Remember, your heart is about the size of your fist. So think about that when you think about the size of a dime, for example. If you take a dime and lay it on the back of your hand, how much tissue is that has died? Okay. Now think about a 50-cent piece laying on the back of your hand. It takes up a good deal of the back of your hand. And that's how much heart muscle has died away when you've had a major heart attack versus a mild, or excuse me, a moderate heart attack versus a mild heart attack. Mild, moderate, major. Good chance you might not survive this one. That's a lot of heart muscle to die at one time. Okay. Good thing for me, I've only been over here. I've had mild heart attacks my entire life, all 4 of them. Why? Because I get my ass over to the emergency room and get it taken care of. Get that plaque out of there and restore the blood flow to it before it progresses into moderate or major. Okay. So think of it as starting like this. When that blockage right there, well, you're going to start doing this. If you don't get that taken care of, boom, boom, major heart attack. So I get my ass over there while I'm still at this level, and I have mild heart attacks. Okay, so the key to that is recognizing that you're having a heart attack. Okay. All right. So this can happen one or two ways. Number one, you can have a blood vessel that's partially blocked by plaque. And what's going to happen to this person? As blood is flowing through here, what's going to happen? Y'all should already know. What is this right here? Rough. So what's going to happen to this person in that spot?
The plaque buildup?
Not yet. The plaque is still open. It's still flowing through there. But the plaque is rough. So what's going to happen in that spot right there?
Blood clots?
Blood clots. The blood clot cuts off circulation to the other side, and there you go. They're having a heart attack. Now, what can you do if you're having this type of heart attack? What can you do at home?
Aspirin.
Aspirin. Take your aspirin, bust that shit up, restore the blood flow. So that's the first type of heart attack. Something that's being caused by a blood clot caught on plaque in there. That's what happened in my brain. I had plaque that was partially and developed a blood clot within that plaque. That's why taking aspirin resolved my my stroke. All right. The other type is blood flow through there, and plaque blocks the entire thing. This one, aspirin is not going to help you. There's no blood clot there. It's completely blocked with plaque. Okay. And that's what they may have seen. If you've ever seen that commercial that says that bare aspirin could save your life if you're having a heart attack. That's what they're talking about. Or if you're having a certain type of heart attack, that's what they're talking about. Take the aspirin, bust up that blood clot. Not just bare aspirin, any aspirin will break up that blood clot for you. But if it's completely blocked by plaque, aspirin's not going to help you. we've got to do something else for you. All right.
That's
So
okay, so you know how when people do have the heart attacks and stuff, and they do the electric shock or whatever that is when their heart stops beating, what are they moving then? Is it giving like you're saying the plaque and build up and all that stuff? Is it trying to like loosen up something, or is it just to like wake up your heart, or like what is it actually?
It's not doing either one, and we'll explain that. That's part of the lesson. We'll explain that a little bit later. What we're doing when we shock somebody. That is really misunderstood out there in the world. It is not doing what you think it's doing. We're doing something totally different. But we'll talk about that here in a minute. Okay, so what do we do when you have a plaque that's totally building up, blocking an artery in there? We've got to open that bad boy back up again, and which means we've got to push the plaque out of the way. So we're not going to remove the plaque. What they're going to do is they're going to go in, and that plaque build up in there, they're going to push it back so that it is back out of the way. Exactly like that. Go in and push that plaque back out of the way and allow blood flow to get through there again. So that's how we're opening up an artery. So how do we do that? How do we get into that artery like that? We're not going to open your chest. Okay. We are going to do a cardiac catheterization. This is well, okay. So they have on this person catheter entrance right down here. The artery. Well, let's orient ourselves. Heart's right here. The aorta coming up and over and then down like that, separating, going down into both legs. Okay, so we're going to reverse that direction. A catheter is going to be inserted right down here at the lower leg. That happened. That's where they went in with me. Lately, they've been doing them through the wrist. Same arteries right here. They just come up through the arm this way. But for me, they went in down there at the lower artery right there. Now, this catheter is a long tube, so long that it's coiled up and the doctor is passing it, looking up on the monitor. They can see exactly where it's going because the catheter is releasing dye as they pass it, and the dye shows up on the screen. So they can follow their trail the whole way. They go in through this artery down here. They follow it all the way up to the aorta, and then follow the aorta all the way up, pushing this catheter the whole way up through the arch. And then when it gets out here to where the coronary arteries are, pass it right into the coronary artery, down to where the plaque is. So over here, you're seeing it like this. It's coming backwards, up there through their aorta, up through here, out into the artery that's blocked, all the way down to where the blockage is, like that. Isn't that cool that they can do that? Starting way down here at your, right in the groin area, all the way up through your aorta, through the aortic arch, out to those two holes we talked about in the aortic valve, out through whichever one they need to go through, all the way down to where the buildup is. That's pretty cool that they can do that. And then sliding the catheter between the plaque, inflating a balloon that pushes the plaque back out of the way. That's a cardiac catheterization, cardiac cath. Those of you, anybody think you want to work in EKG? Remember, when you finish your course, you're going to have certifications in PCT or medical assistant, whichever one you signed up for, plus phlebotomy and EKG. So if you're a medical assistant, you'll be medical assistant, phlebotomy, EKG technician. You're eligible for all three certifications, and the school pays for all three. So you might as well take them. So anybody think you want to work as a EKG technician? Make that your specialty?
I was thinking that too, since I had a heart attack here like 3 weeks ago.
I mean, I can't hear you. Say again.
I was thinking that myself. I had a heart attack 3 weeks ago.
Did you really? How old are
Yes, sir.
you? How old are you?
42.
Oh, I didn't know you were that old, dude. Really?
Yes, sir.
You're an old man. I thought you was a young dude. All right. So you're getting a lot of background or interference with your microphone. It's kind of hard to hear you. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. It's just kind of hard to hear what you're saying. But yeah, you go in like this, guys. You go out to that blockage and you open up that blood vessel through a, let's go back to here, balloon angio. Remember, if y'all remember, angio meant blood vessel. Balloon angioplasty. Surgical repair. Surgical repair of a blood vessel. And they're using a balloon to do it. So when they push that catheter through the plaque, they inflate the balloon and it pushes the plaque out of the way. And it restores blood flow through there. You've had a balloon angioplasty. And as soon as they do that, you're good. Good blood flow. We just have to look now at how much of your heart muscle actually died during that process. Of course, the bigger the area, the more severe the heart attack, and the more severe your recovery is going to be. All right, so that's a balloon angioplasty, passing that catheter all the way up, through, out, and boom. And if you want to be an EKG technician and you just want to work with the heart, eventually you progress into the cath lab, and you'll be the one in there doing this. I mean, you won't be actually doing it, but you'll be the one working with the doc side by side with the physician during the balloon angioplasty. You go to work in the cath lab. Wouldn't that be cool? All day long, just opening up vessels in people's hearts. All right. So that is a balloon angioplasty. Now, sometimes after removing the plaque out the way, the doctor might feel, you know, since we did that to you, it kind of weakened the blood vessels. See, this is before and this is after. They're nice and open now. But doing that kind of weakened the blood vessel a little bit. So here's what we're going to do for you. We're going to, after the balloon, and this is shows, it will have the balloon will be out here kind of. They'll inflate the balloon and open everything up. And the doctor will go, you know what? Let's give them a little bit extra support right there. This thing right here, this blue thing, it's already there, ready to go. So they'll open it up, push the catheter through a little bit further, release this catch, and boom, this thing springs open. It's a wire mesh tube that gives extra support in the area where the had to be opened back up. That right there is called a stent. So when you hear somebody say they have a stent in their vessels, that's what they're talking about. They went in and opened them up and gave them a little extra support right there. They put in a stent. It's a little wire mesh tube. It's already ready to go. All they have to do is spring it open if they think it would help you right there. So that's a stent placement. Now, once a stent is put in, it's always there. You don't ever take those out. However, see that wire mesh tube right there? What is that inside your blood vessel now? It represents something. A rough surface. The stent itself is a rough surface. So as blood flows through here now, it tends to want to form blood clots right there. So once you have one of these in your body, That's when you will be on what medication from now on?
Blood thinner.
Yeah. Aspirin, Plavix, those medications that prevent blood clots. So that's the most common reason to put somebody on an aspirin regimen. They have stents in their blood vessels. And I have 3. So you know I'm taking my medications every day. All right. So that's the first way to open up a blocked vessel. However, catheterization won't work for everybody. Poor things, especially me. When they went into my heart, they were doing the cardiac cath. They had the balloon loaded. They were ready to do a stent placement and all that. This was my first heart attack. I was 30 years old. They were ready to do the balloon, and the doctor got all the way up to where the plaque was or where the buildup was and said, let's go on and back the catheter out. Now you're conscious. You're laying there listening to them. Okay, let's go on and back out. They took the catheter all the way out. And they're saying, okay, go ahead and call surgery. Tell them we're on our way up. I couldn't have a balloon angioplasty. They got all the way there and realized that it wouldn't work for me. The reason is my buildup or my plaque buildup was right here. Literally on my heart, that's right where it was in that spot. Notice what happens right there? A Y junction. You can't do angioplasty at a Y junction. Or you can't do a balloon angioplasty at a Y junction. So they got there, realized it was right there at the junction, and said, you know what? Let's go on and pull out. Tell them we're on our way up to surgery. Okay. So what do you do when somebody has a blockage right at one of these Y junctions like that? All right. They put me under, of course. You know, I was out for this one. They had to open my chest completely, pull the chest open. That's why I have that pinched nerve in my back up there. Okay. And then we're going to do surgery to go into the leg. I won't show you my leg because I got shorts on. But right above the knee is where my scar starts. And it goes all the way down the inside of my leg, all the way down to right above the ankle bone down there. So the cut is about this long. They're going to open up the tissues down there. Now, we're doing the heart. What the hell are they doing surgery on my leg for? They need blood vessels. Open you up. They take a large vein out of your leg called your saphenous vein. Not important, but your saphenous vein. The bad boy will be about that long when they take it out. And they now go take that blood vessel. They go to your aorta right here. And they attach the blood vessel there so that blood flows out into that vessel. And they bring that vessel down and tie it in past the blockage like that. So they completely bypass this area. They don't take the plaque out, they leave it, and they just go around it. And the word I just used should have triggered something in y'all. They completely bypass the blockage. That's called having bypass surgery. And the number that they need to use determines what type of surgery you have. For me, they did that one. They put another one here. No, actually, no, they didn't do it that way. They actually took this vessel to here to there, tied it in, and then continued with the same vessel down to here. Because I had 2 areas of plaque buildup, down here and up there. And they bypassed both of them with one vessel. Tied it into here, brung it down, tied it into there, continued, tied it in right there. So that's 1, 2. Now notice again that this blockage is blocking this vessel right here, but it's also blocking that one, the one headed around the back side. So what did they do for the other one over there? Instead of using a vessel from my leg, they went up here to your, remember I said that the heart is about the level of about nipple level in men? Your left nipple, right there. There's an artery that comes off the one that goes off to your arm, and it branches off and services the side of your chest right there over to your left nipple. So what they did was cut that off, swung it down, and tied it in right there. So that blood vessel going to there was redirected. And I had a 1, 2, 3. A triple bypass. Now imagine waking up at 30 years old and they're looking at you telling you just had a triple bypass. What? Are you kidding me? That's how much plaque I had building up in my vessels. So that's a bypass. You take other vessels and you bypass the blocked areas. The blocked areas stay. You don't remove them. You just restore blood flow to the rest of the heart by going around them. And I know y'all going to ask, what happens when they cut off blood flow to your left nipple like that? You still get some blood flow from this branch of the artery up here. So the tissue doesn't die, but the main artery going to the left nipple has been redirected. So what happens? Your nipple gets really sensitive. So my wife chases me around the house trying to pinch my nipples. Now I'm like, girl, get away from me. Nah, you come here. Because that's what I used to do. Come here, girl. She's like, no, come here, boy. And she's trying to pinch my nipples because she knows it's really sensitive over there. All right. So anyway, that is a triple bypass. When you put it in a person's medical record, you're going to say they had a coronary artery bypass graft. Coronary artery bypass graft, or cabbage. Person had a triple cabbage. In my record, it says triple cabbage utilizing a Lima graft, left internal mammary artery. Had a triple bypass utilizing a Lima graft. So that's what they did to me. And restored blood flow to my heart, and I was good to go. Now, y'all need to understand or know that I had that procedure 27 years ago. Here's the thing. A cabbage usually lasts 12 years before they have to redo it. Mine was 27 years ago, and they haven't had to redo anything. What? Because I do what the hell I'm supposed to do. All right, so that's a coronary artery bypass graft utilizing a Lima graft, the left internal mammary artery. Oh, here comes Mama again. Oh, she's home early today. All right, so now, and that's a shame she pulled up because I need to talk to y'all about why I had a heart attack in the first place. All right. So how the hell you have a heart attack when you're 30 years old? Well, you're all blocked up in there for one thing. My cholesterol is through the roof, y'all. Always has been. When they did my cholesterol during the heart attack scenario, my cholesterol was 300. Does anybody know what your cholesterol should be? Healthy at a healthy level? Should be about 130. Mine was 300. Today, my cholesterol is less than 100. That's my target, to keep it under 100. And I'm pretty good at doing that. I don't watch, it's not like my diet and everything. I take the medications to keep my cholesterol below 100. And that's the goal, is to always have my cholesterol below 100. But technically, or for an average person, you should be 130 or less. I was 300. My cholesterol was through the freaking roof. Okay, so What are the signs that somebody might be having a heart attack? What do y'all think? What would they be complaining of?
Chest pain, tingling,
Chest pain, tingling,
dizziness,
Left side hurting. Arms.
left arm pain, left hand pain, pain in the left side of the face, shortness of breath, and diaphoresis. The person is sweating. Now, if you're sitting at home and with your air conditioner on, watching TV and sweating, it's probably a problem. There's some muscle in your body that's working right now. And if you're not working out or anything, it's probably your heart muscle that's making you sweat like that. So diaphoresis, they have like, their skin is like moist, sometimes referred to as being clammy. So you don't really have sweat running down your face, but you're touching it. Man, my skin is clammy. It's just wet. Diaphoresis. So shortness of breath, pain in the chest, the left arm, left side of your face, diaphoretic. Get your butt to the emergency room. Let them tell you it's not a heart attack. Don't be sitting at home trying to figure out on your own. Now, women are more likely to have atypical pain, pain that's different than what we could consider typical. Ladies will sometimes have right arm pain, or they experience the pain on the right side of their body. But primarily it's going to be the left side. Okay. So I was having all that. Me and her mama, we was doing what, boys and girls do, you know what I'm talking about, bumping uglies, whatever you want to call it. We kind of did our thing. And now it's afterwards, and I'm like walking through the house like I'm the man, because, I just, boom, girl, yeah, I still got it. Da, da, da. She's laying in the bed, sleep. Hey. Jaime, Isaac, Chris, you've done your job when they go to sleep afterwards, right? Yeah, I got it, girl. All right, you walk around like you the man, beating the chest and da da da. And then I just felt this pain. It was about 15 minutes after, man, and it just hurt. The squeezing in the chest, my hand was like it was on fire. The left side of my face was like somebody just punched me in the face. I was diaphoretic and I was short of breath. I got up and woke my wife up. I said, babe, I think you need to take me to the hospital. I think I'm having a heart attack. And she looked at me and said, you mean I have to wake the kids up? And I said, no, babe, that's okay. You go back to sleep. I'll drive myself to the emergency. And I drove myself to the emergency room. It was only 5 minutes down the road. I didn't go on base. I went to the civilian emergency room right down the street. So anyway, I'm in the emergency room, and then here she comes blowing in there, pulling the kids behind her like 15 minutes later. Man, don't be acting all worried now. But anyway, the doctor, came in. Old doctor came in and said, how old are you? I said, I'm 30 years old. Oh, you're not having a heart attack. And he gave me some medication for pain, for, gas, called a green lizard. Hey.
Hi.
What?
Victor?
No, what?
I talked to the clinic.
Oh, up, y'all. All right. So doctor came in and told me you're not having a heart attack. And he gave me a medication called a green lizard. I've been giving these to people for years. It's Donatol. It's a medication that absorbs acid. Donatol with a viscous lidocaine. Lidocaine has a numbing agent in it. So it numbs the pain. Unfortunately, it also works for heart attack pain. So you don't want to be giving somebody a green lizard when you suspect they're having a heart attack, because it's going to numb the pain and make it go away and make them think that they're fine. And that's what he did to me. He sent me home, gave me a green lizard, sent me home. That was a Saturday night. Sunday night, I had a glass of wine. Damn. Oh, probably as soon as I drank it, oh, shit. I went to the emergency room again. Same doctor. Walked in and said, "You back? Okay, tell you what, they'll give you let's give them a pink lady. Now, what do you think the pink is? Pepto plus viscous lidocaine. Same thing. It also numbs heart attack pain. So I took the pink lady, pain went away, went on back home. Now, Monday morning when I went to work, I went and found, Dr. Torres. And I said, "Hey, doc, man, I've been having this really bad heartburn all weekend. You think, man, I might have gallbladder issues or something like that?" He said, "Well, Mahon, let's do this. Let's do an EKG." It's an EKG, man, I'm 30 years old. No, let's go on and get an EKG. I said, "All right, fine." So he did the EKG and I went on back to work. I was in the ER. The doctor walks in, maybe, I don't know, half an hour later. Walks in, he finally said, "Mahon, come here." I said, "Yeah, doc, what's up?" I thought he's just going to tell me, let's do this, let's do that. He walked over to me and said, "Sit down right now." I said, "What?" He said, "Sit down right here." I said, "Doc, we're busy right now." "Mahon, sit down. You're having a heart attack." I said, "No shit, I'm 30 years old." "No, you're having a heart attack." So they put me into the coronary care unit downtown, because we didn't have a CCU at the hospital where I was working at that time. So they put me in the coronary care unit downtown until they could get a flight to bring me down here to Wilford Hall the next morning. My people came over to pick me up too. The folks that picked me up to take me to the flight to get me on the airplane, they all worked for me. And I was on morphine, so I was in pretty good, I was just kind of floating out there. And it was a little bit of a rainy day. But they took me out to the flight line and they let one of the flight technicians run off the airplane and come over and grab the gurney. Caused the gurney to collapse and flipped over me on my face on the ground, strapped into this damn gurney, laying on the wet ground like that. They flipped me back over and I was like, "All right, y'all paying for that shit." "Oh, no, sir, Mahoney, wasn't us. It was that." No, who out here? So I know when I come back who to punish for this mess. Dumped me right on my face on the damn flight line. Put me on the airplane, flew me down here, took me into the coronary care unit. That's when they said, "Sorry, call sir." So I went up and I had my triple bypass done. Was put on Percocets for supposed to be 30 days, ended up being on the bad boys for 90 days. So I did get addicted. And my wife caught me doing this. I've got this big old cut down the center of my chest now. And I'm sitting there watching TV. And it's about 2 o'clock, about the time I'm supposed to take my Percocets. So I do this. I literally hit myself in the chest to see if it still hurt. Do I still need to take the Percocets? And I told her, "Yeah, babe, I need some Percocets." Well, she said, "Well, you just hit yourself in the chest. Of course you need Percocets." So I actually got addicted to the things for a while. Okay. So now, they'll tell you that once they do this to you, this bypass, your heart is as good as new now. You can go back to doing all the same stuff you did before. But the thing psychologically, you're going to start to avoid the activity that caused your heart attack in the first place. Y'all hear what I just said? You're going to start avoiding the activity that caused your heart attack in the first place. Now, what activity caused my heart attack? Her mama trying to get all freaky and all trying to get all like frisky, like, "Come here." And I'm like, "Nope, stay away from me. Nope, can't do that kind of stuff no more." And she like, "Excuse me, I'm 30 years old. There is no way my sex life is over." So we scheduled an appointment with Dr. Torres. "Hey, doc, listen, man, And my wife did most of the talking. Okay. Now you need to tell him he's not going to have another heart attack. My wife worked at the hospital too, so you know it's all just conversational. You need to tell him he's not going to have another heart attack because my sex life is not over. All right. So anyway, what do we do for somebody who's had a heart attack to prove to them that they're not going to have another one? We put them on. Is it here? No, it's not here. Okay. We're going to do a stress test. In other words, we're going to put your heart under stress and prove to you that you're not going to have another heart attack. And how do we do that? We make you walk on a treadmill. So I showed up for my stress test. Never had one before. Didn't know anything about it. I never worked in cardiology before. So I'm on the treadmill, walking. They've got you hooked up to the monitors. The cardiologist is right there. The cardiology nursing team is there. The technicians there. Everybody's standing around you. I mean, let's face it, if you're going to have another heart attack, this is the place to do it with everybody standing around you like that. So I'm on the treadmill, and they're going to walk you on that bad boy. And then they're going to gradually speed it up. So you're walking faster and faster and faster. They're taking your blood pressure. They're monitoring your heart on the monitor over there. And you're just going for it. When you think you can, they start to elevate the treadmill. So now you're walking uphill as fast as you can. Literally, y'all, you're just short of breaking into a run. Just walking as fast as you can on that bad boy. Now, after a certain period of time, I got to the point where my legs just started to hurt, man. And I finally just stopped. I said, I can't walk anymore. My legs are hurting. And they turned off all the machines, and we were done. You see, they were waiting for me to say stop. I didn't know that. I thought they were going to tell me to stop. So I was walking on that treadmill for 18 minutes at full speed. The average is 9 minutes. I was on that bad boy for 18 minutes. Now I'm back at home. All right, girl, come upstairs. Let me talk to you for a minute because we good for 18 minutes. And don't think I wasn't watching the clock too. So anyway, back in the saddle again. Big daddy, da. So that's a stress test. I have a stress test now annually, every year, except I don't walk on the treadmill anymore. I went over there one day and my knees were hurting. And I just told the girl, I said, listen, I know my stress test is today, but I can't walk on the treadmill today. My knees are killing me. And she said, okay, come on back. I said, wait a minute, didn't you hear me? I just said I can't walk on it. Oh, come on back. So we went back in the room. Now, every time I go in for my stress test, I notice there's a bed in the room. And I thought that was for people who get like conked out and they have to lay down. No, she took me and she said, lay down on the bed. So I laid down. She came back a few minutes later, gave me a shot. And I just laid there. I actually went to sleep. About 35 minutes later, she woke me up and said, okay, you can go. I said, well, what about the treadmill? She said, we just did it. The stress test, we just did it. They can chemically stress your heart if you can't walk on a treadmill. They do it with an injection of chemicals that makes your heart start to work harder. So I haven't done the treadmill since. I always go in, y'all gonna have to chemically do me, man. So anyway, I do have my stress test every year to make sure that my heart is still holding up to the pressure. Now remember, since I'm on the beta blockers, stress tests are quite difficult for me now because my heart rate doesn't go up while I walk on that treadmill. So I do the chemical stressing now to avoid all that. So that's what we do to build confidence in somebody who's had a heart attack, to show them and prove to them that they're not going to have another one. So since then, I've had 3 more heart attacks, and they have all been in areas where they could just do a stent placement. So I have 3 stents following a triple bypass. So that is a heart attack and what's happening there. Remember that the medical term for heart attack is a myocardial infarction. Today, I get the slightest feeling in my chest and I go to the emergency room. One day, I walked into the VA emergency room and I walked up to the young lady at the desk who's supposed to be a damn nurse. And I said, "Excuse me, miss, I'm having some chest pain right now." And she looked at me and said, "Okay, well, go ahead and have a seat over there." I said, "Excuse me, did you hear what I just said?" I said, "I'm having chest pain right now. I am not about to go over there and sit down." "Well, excuse me just a minute." And she stepped back and another young lady come running out with a wheelchair, get you in back, put you on oxygen, exactly what you're supposed to do when somebody walks up and says chest pain to you. You're supposed to treat them like they're having a freaking heart attack. So I went back and saw the doctor that day. And it turned out that time it was gas, really bad gas. And on the way, and he treated me. And on the way out now, that same young lady at the front desk, as I'm walking away, Mr. Mahone, Mr. Mahone, yeah, what can I do? When you have chest pain, you should really make sure that it's not gas before you come running in here. So let me tell you something. I've had 4 heart attacks in my life, and I am not about to sit at home trying to guess whether or not I'm having gas. I feel the slightest twinge in my chest, and I'm coming in here. And guess what you're going to do when I get here? You're going to see me the same way you did today. And if you'd like, I can walk back there and tell your doctor that you just told a cardiac patient not to come to the hospital when they're having chest pain, and see how well that shit goes over. Have you lost your damn mind? It was all about trying to get the last word, because I told her ass off about I'm not going to sit down. Yeah. She was just trying to make sure she gets the last word. Guys, don't be that kind of person out there. Okay? It's not about getting the last word. Okay? It's about taking good care of your patients. Okay? So anyway, that's what a heart attack is, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time in this next section because I'm only really doing it because there is one test question, and I'm not going to take it off. It has to do with the cardiac conduction system, the electrical system that makes your heart beat, causes the muscle to squeeze. Have you ever seen somebody get hit with a taser, or you've seen it in a movie or something like that? And when the taser hits them, it causes all your muscles to contract. So electricity activates muscles and causes them to contract. A taser technically shouldn't hurt. It's uncomfortable because it makes all your muscles contract, but it shouldn't be any pain associated with it because electricity into the muscles makes them contract. Okay. So our heart beats and the muscle around the chambers contract because it gets an electrical jolt into it. That electrical jolt comes from the heart itself, right up there, called your sinoatrial node. It's known as the natural pacemaker of the heart. If your sinoatrial node isn't working right, we'll give you an artificial pacemaker to put the electricity in there for you. But electricity into a muscle causes it to contract. So the sinoatrial node pumps electricity into the muscle, causing the heart to contract. And I'm not going to get too much into all of this because this is what you're going to be learning in your EKG classes. And you're going to have 3 weeks of EKG. I talked to Mr. B, the person who teaches the EKG classes, and we just kind of worked it out. I say, "Listen, dude, how much of the cardiac conduction system do you do?" He said, "We do 3 weeks of that." I said, "Okay, I'll take it out of my lesson." You're going to get plenty of that in your EKG classes. So that's your cardiac conduction system. And in the EKG classes, you're going to be producing these type of printouts. And you're going to learn how to read these, how to go into these boxes and measure the distance between this box and that box, and the size of this wave and the size of that wave comparing to the size of this wave and all of that. You're going to learn how to do all of that. But I'm going to caution you about that because you will come out of that class knowing how to read this thing, how to read an EKG on somebody. But is that your job, to read EKGs? No, that's the doctor's job. So you're heading into a dangerous arena. In other words, you know just enough to make you dangerous. Have y'all heard that before? You know enough just to make you dangerous. And where does that danger come from? Anytime you run an EKG on somebody, it takes about 30 seconds to run the thing. And the person is probably going to look at you right afterwards and say, how does it look? That's the danger right there. If you start talking to them about how that EKG looks, what have you just done? Are you licensed to do that? Practice medicine? No. So you just practice medicine without a license. And that's one thing in healthcare that you can go to jail for. Remember, most of the issues that we have in healthcare are mistakes, things that you can be sued for. But that is illegal, practicing medicine without a license. And you just did it. In other words, how easy is it to get yourself into trouble right here? So how did it look? It looked good. There you go. You just practiced medicine without a license. You just told that person that their heart looks good. Okay. And how are you going to get caught doing that? You're going to say, so how did it look? And you're going to say, it looks good. And they're going to go back and see the doctor. And the doctor's going to sit down with that EKG and start circling shit. You know what? I see something right here that I don't really like, so I'm going to go on and refer you over to a cardiologist. And then you're going to sit there and say, what? Well, the girl outside said it looked good. There you go. Now the doctor wants to talk to you. Hey, so-and-so. Yeah, listen, can I see you in my office for a second? Sure. Hey, listen, what medical school did you go to? I didn't go to medical school, doc. Then stop diagnosing my damn patients, please. Yeah, it can get ugly. I've seen it. I've seen that conversation exactly. We're all sitting in the room having chips, eating chips and drinking soda and shit, and the doc walks in. Hey, who did the EKG on room 7? I did, doc. Hey, so-and-so, what medical school did you go to? Just stop diagnosing my damn patients, please. And we're all looking at this guy like, really, did you do that? Something stupid as by saying it looks good. Does everybody out there in the world know that? No. Because here I am years later, laying up in the emergency room over at the VA hospital, having my 3rd heart attack, waiting on them to get me a room upstairs. And this guy walks in, never seen him before, doesn't introduce himself. He walks right over and he stands there by my bed looking up at the monitor. And I'm looking at him like, who the hell are you? You know, it's like, who are you? And after about 3 or 4 minutes of looking at excuse me. After about 3 or 4 minutes of looking at the monitor, he turns, looks at me and says, it looks good. And he turns around and walks out. That's it. That's our total interaction. Looks good. He turns around and walks out. And I'm like, how the hell does it look good? I'm having a heart attack, Slick. I'm being admitted upstairs for a freaking heart attack. You just looked at my EKG and said it looks good. Who the hell are you? So the nurse comes in a few minutes later. Mr. Mahone, we got your room ready upstairs, da-da-da-da-da. So I asked her, who is that guy right there? That guy in those beige scrubs right there. She said, that guy? I said, yeah, who is he? Oh, he's the transport tech. He's the guy that pushes you around the hospital in a wheelchair from the emergency room over to x-ray and back. But he just read my damn monitor. I said, well, why did he just read my monitor and tell me that I look good when I know damn well I'm having a heart attack right now? And she looked at me and said, did he do that? I said, yes, he did. Oh, well, I'll have the doctor have a word with him. Yeah, you need to, because he just practiced medicine without a license. It can be real easy, y'all. And if the wrong person hears you do that, somebody who knows, like me, laying up in the emergency room, they could cause some trouble for you. That person just diagnosed me. So anyway, that's one of the dangers of even going in and knowing this. And it surprised me that in the EKG book, they actually go through how to read an EKG. Your job here is to print this thing out and make sure that it's clear enough that the doctor can read it. So you do need to be able to go in and identify these little bumps, all these little waveforms and what they mean and where they should be in the printout, the size that they should be and so on. But actually what they mean, that should be left up to the doctor. And it just makes it dangerous for us to know that kind of stuff because we try to impress our patients sometimes. Yeah, I know what that is. I know how to read that. Okay. And you end up putting yourself in a very precarious position. Right. So don't be out there diagnosing people, reading EKGs and carrying on. All right. So I want to take another break because I do have to take a potty break. Let's make this 10 minutes and then we'll come right back, finish this up. We'll be done by 12:30. So let's take 10 minutes. All right. Okay, so what is that word on the screen right now? It's pronounced fibrillation, to fibrillate or fibrillation. Okay, what is it? When we look at the heart, let's go ahead and get rid of that. The heart muscle, or the heart, has nerves that come up all through it, all around it, that makes the heart muscle contract, makes the muscle squeeze. Now the key is that all these nerves are squeezing at the same time, causing the chamber to squeeze. So think of it like my fingers. In order for that chamber to squeeze, I can't squeeze these two and then those two. They all have to squeeze at the same time. And that gives us our heart rhythm, squeezing all at the same time. When you are fibrillating, it means that all of those fibers stop squeezing at the same time. And they all are still firing, but they're firing individually. As a result, the heart isn't beating. So you're not getting a squeeze, you're just getting all these little quivers. So instead of pumping, your heart is just doing this. And it's not pumping in the blood around. All those fibers have lost their coordination and they're firing individually instead of together. What we need to do in that case, and you are now your heart is fibrillating. It's firing individually instead of all together. We need to stop that because the heart's not pumping while it's doing that. It's just quivering. We need to stop that from happening. So how do we stop it from happening? We defibrillate. We stop it from happening. And how do we do that? We interrupt it with an electrical shock. So that's what we're doing when we're shocking somebody with that machine. The machine is called a defibrillator. It stops this from happening. So when we defibrillate you, we're not starting your heart. That's what the movies, TV, that's what they all get wrong all the time. We're not starting your heart. We're stopping your heart. We're stopping it from doing this. And we bring it to a boom, a complete stop. And hope that when it resets, they all come back together. So you're doing this, boom, stop it. The heart resets. If it comes back like this again, shock it again. Boom, stop it. Comes back again, stop it. And eventually, hopefully, it'll come back in a rhythm, everything squeezing together. So when we defibrillate you, we're not starting your heart, we're stopping your heart. And when you take your EKG classes, you're going to learn how to do that to people. It's with a device called an automated external defibrillator. You hook them up to it. It reads whether they're doing this or not. If they're doing this, it says shock advised. You go clear, boom. The machine stops it and then hopes they come back in a rhythm. If they don't come back in the rhythm, the machine says shock advised. Boom, let's do it again. And eventually, hopefully, they come back like this. So we defibrillate, we don't stop your heart, or we don't start your heart, we're stopping your heart. So fibrillation on an EKG or on a monitor looks like that. You see the difference? Waveforms where you can pick out these waves as opposed to this, where everything just seems to be all over the road. That's fibrillation. When we see that, that's when we shock them. And you see it on TV, you see them do it wrong all the time. On TV, they'll do this. Boo. We need to shock them. No, you don't. That's a flat line. That means dead. You don't shock a flat line. As a matter of fact, that machine, the automated external defibrillator, it will not shock this. If you hook them up to the monitor and it reads this right here, it's going to say no shock advised. You've got that patient laying there, you know they don't have a heartbeat, but the machine keeps saying no shock advised, no shock advised. It will only shock if it reads this right here. A flat line, it will not shock a flat line. So flat line means dead. And shocking a flat line just doesn't work. Do we do it sometimes? Yes. Doctor will be in the last ditch, man. We shocked them 3 or 4 times. They go from fibrillation to flatline. We shocked them 3 or 4 times. Boom, they flatline out. Doctor says, okay, let's shock a flatline and see what happens. Shock it, nothing happens. Okay, let's call it. In other words, let's go and pronounce them dead. So a defibrillator does not bring you back to life. All it does, we only use it for one thing. That's fibrillation. If you're not doing that, there's no need to use it. And as a paramedic, I've heard it so many times, people talking behind you when you're working. Somebody's blood is all in the street. Person's been shot in the face. And there's somebody behind you saying, why don't they use the shock thingy? Because the shock thingy doesn't work if all your blood is in the street. It only works for one thing, fibrillation. And that's the only reason we carry it. If we don't detect fibrillation, there's no need to shock you. Now, there is a caveat, and that is if we hook you up to a monitor and we detect a flat line, one thing that we can try to do is inject your heart with adrenaline. That injection could cause you to fibrillate. And then we shock you. So a flat line doesn't mean we're going to give up, but we can't get you into a rhythm until we first get you to fibrillate. And we'll use adrenaline down into your heart to do that. And it's on a long cardiac needle, about that long. You push it down through the 5th intercostal space and you inject directly into their heart with adrenaline, hoping that you will fibrillate. We can get you to fibrillate, maybe we can shock you out of that. But a flat line is not the time to be grabbing the paddles. It's time to be grabbing needles and syringes and adrenaline to see if we can get you to fibrillate. So that's one of the biggest mistakes made out there by people, because television tells you otherwise. That if somebody is dead, you can shock them back to life. That's not how that works.
How many times are you allowed to shock somebody?
As many times as the doctor feels will continue. If you're a paramedic, you keep doing it till you get to the emergency room. As long as they're fibrillating, you keep shocking them. If they stop fibrillating, then you just do CPR till you get to the emergency room. And that's when we'll grab the cardiac needles. This is the automated external defibrillator. This is the one that y'all will learn how to use. It detects the rhythm in the patient and then tells you whether to shock them or not. If it says shock advised, you push that red button right there. Boom. And then the machine will read them again. If they're still fibrillating, the machine will say shock advised. Boom, you push the button again. And that's after you do the whole clear, everybody clear, boom, shock them. So you'll learn how to use that as part of your EKG or your CPR classes. All right, and that's what a defibrillator is and why we're doing that. All right. The rest we will say for your EKG classes. You'll talk about pacemakers and implanted defibrillators, and then this next school you'll learn during your CPR or during your vital signs classes. All right. So that brings us to the end of the heart. We didn't make any major changes in here. Definitely no test items were changed, so I won't resend this one. Instead, I'll do this. Let's go on and close that. Yeah, let's save it. Why not? Okay, let's go on and get that out of the way. Let's go into here. Close that. Close that. Go to here. See a lot of homework coming in. That's always good. Oh, look at Sarah, boy. Y'all better recognize Sarah catching up. Or is your son doing it for you? Is that your son sitting there?
Yes, it's my son, but no, he didn't.
Is he sitting over there doing your homework? Yeah, like I used to do my wife's homework.
I wish. No, I wish.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do then right now is go ahead and activate the quizzes for heart and blood right there. Cardiology, hematology. 29 questions. And I'm going to leave this active until, what is Sunday? Sunday is the 9th. So let's do the 9th at, oh shoot. Leave it up to 11 o'clock or 11:30 Sunday night. That's 3 days and 11 hours to take this test.
I have a question. Are we going to have like a test on all these tests that we just had?
No, there won't be a comprehensive test. No. Yeah, poor babies. All right. So there's your code. Let's go ahead and share this link.
Mr. Mahone, the last quiz is due tonight, right?
The neuro, yes.
Yes.
Neurology is
Okay.
due tonight.
Okay.
7/6 and then 7/27. And I will attach to here your review that goes with this. Where did I just go? Oh, you know what? I'm going to attach that from someplace else. That's right. Attach it from the computer. And there it is. Heart blood review. Okay, so you got your review. You got the quizzes attached. We'll be active until till 11:30 p.m. Sunday, the 9th August. All right. All right, so that is that. The quiz is link, and then your review. All right. So I'll send that.
What's the homework due what day?
The homework, remember, all the homework is not really a due date, but you have to have it all to me by Wednesday next week.
Okay.
All right. So keep poking away at it, getting it done. You can be like Sarah or Nicole or Yordell, where you just get it all done at one time and don't have to worry about it anymore. So anyway, that is, boom, your quiz is sent. And that's today's class. Tomorrow we'll be covering the eyes and ears. So we're talking about how the eyes work and how the ears work. Next week, we have to do the respiratory system on Monday, urinary system on Tuesday, the skin on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, we'll be doing both the reproductive systems, male and female reproduction. So I have those 4 systems left to go. Eyes and ears tomorrow, and then those 4 systems next week. And we will be good. Remember, there is no comprehensive test for this. Your last test will be over the skin and the reproductive systems, and we'll activate all of that next week. All right. So are there any questions before we close it out today?
Mr. Mahone.
Yes.
Can you send me like an updated of my grade, like update grade?
Isaac, I don't have a grade for you right now. Have you?
Because I did
yeah.
the test.
Did you go back in and do those 2 tests?
Yeah, I did 3 yesterday.
Okay. So take those 3, add them together, and divide by 3.
Okay.
Okay. And that'll give you your test average. Do all the homework, and the homework will bring your test average up 1 letter grade.
Okay, heard. Thank
you. If you calculate your test grade out to be a C, do all that homework, your overall grade will be a B, and so on. So yeah, you can always see where you are by averaging the three test scores, and I'll get those tonight and get them into the grade sheet for you. Okay. Any other questions? No, I don't see anybody. Okay, so I'm going to go on and close the class now. Work on that homework and that kind of stuff. Get ready for your test that you should have done by tomorrow. Might want to go and take that tonight to be on the safe side for psychiatry and neurology, and then you have a couple days to study for the heart. The eye and ear test will be activated tomorrow, and I might have it open until Monday or Tuesday. So that they don't kind of run on top of each other. So your goal right now is the neurology test by tomorrow, and then the heart and blood test by Sunday night. All right, if there are no other questions, then we'll see y'all tomorrow at 8 o'clock.